Everyone had some coffee by now? Wonderful. So our genius Harley is here, so now we have everything again. And we'll jump straight in to our first, well, actually, before we jump straight in, some things for new people to know. On the back of our little cards, there's the Wi-Fi password, and there's also the website where you can find the schedule. We also have some QR codes of the schedules around that you can download. We have the schedules in print form. And there you can also see our live stream. So if, for example, any of you aren't here tomorrow, you can also just see the live stream on YouTube. Since we had a longer coffee break right now, we will have a very, very short break after the next two talks. And then we'll continue just so that we can make up a bit for time. Well, the person who's going to present next is actually a jump in. It was going to be Janneke van Bruggen, but she is sick, so therefore she had to cancel. And instead, we are going to have Nelson Ramírez present. I think this is the other presentation. While they're figuring out the presentation, maybe I can give a short introduction. So Nelson Ramírez is our partner from the Universidad de Costa Rica. He is actually also in charge of the new course, which I sadly forgot the name of, but it's very similar to our environment and energy course. They have really cool labs that they showed us last time we were there. Maybe you can look at the poster. We have some pictures of that lab actually on our poster because we thought it was so interesting and so cool. And we have some of their students here. So if you have any questions about that course, you can ask them. But Nelson maybe can give us also a bit of an introduction himself and join the stage.
Can you use this pen? Okay. Well, good morning to everyone. First of all, I want to apologize my English because I was during 5 years in France, so I have deeply in my brain French language, so it makes me nervous, really nervous. But I have sorry for my Franglish language, but I'm going to try to explain to you what are we doing here. Okay? Well, my name is Nelson Ramírez. I come from Costa Rica, from the University of Costa Rica. I studied the agricultural economics in Costa Rica, and I did a postgraduate degree in France, in the south of France, in Montpellier, according to the sustainable economics, applying to the agriculture science. So, and now I work as a professor of the career of engineering and sustainable development. It's a new career that we have in the University of Costa Rica since 2017. So we have the first graduate that joined with me for this conference. Well, and then I want to thank Latinet staff for this invitation, and I want to thank the cooperation for our stay here. Okay. So a little agenda, what I'm going to talk about. I'm going to explain to you what is the Sustainable Development Engineering degree and why we are interested to make some cooperation with other universities and with researchers around the world. We are very interested in that. Some thematic about the access of the curriculum. I'm going to show you also the infrastructure of the Sustainable Development Engineering degree. What kind of subjects and topics for research are we interested in, and to explain why we are here in relation of the career projection. So, what about the Sustainable Development Engineering degree? What do we think to create this career? This is a unique degree program at the University of Costa Rica. It's located in the Atlantic campus. It's at the principal campus at San Jose, at the capital of Costa Rica. And we have 5 campus, regional campus. We talk about that. In this regional campus, a small campus where we do the research and where we do aussi l'enseignement. This is a word in French, so I'm sorry. The teaching. So this is the only career in Central America in relation with sustainable development as an engineer. We have master degree and doctoral degree, a PhD degree that talk about the sustainable development, but is the unique that includes the engineering as a major for the study. So this is a branch of engineering that integrates theoretical and practical knowledge derived from the principles of sustainable development and the practice of the engineering in all its areas of action. I don't know if you know, but we in Costa Rica, we have around 25% of our territory under some kind of protection, okay? So this is a challenge that gave us a challenge in protection, but give us a challenge also in the society and the cost of the maintaining of this kind of protection. So we have a challenge, an economic challenge too, okay? So that's why we combine this challenge in economics, challenge in society, and challenge in protection to create this career, okay? So this is to respond to the needs of society with a balanced intervention from the economic, as I said, environmental and social perspectives, okay? So the purpose of this, of that degree is to contribute to the labor market, professionals are capable of making decisions, the design and implementing products, the processes, and the systems that minimize these environmental impacts and promote the social participation and quality of life. So we organize our curriculum under the 3 axes of sustainable development. So we have an axe economic, we have an axe of social axe, and also a social of engineering. Okay, so we have the social axe, the social economic, the environmental axe, and also we have an axe of support. And there we talk about the to the electronic, the design, etc. Okay, so I'm going to show you. We have we have 5 labs in the career. So there's where we made the support axe and the productive activities axe. Okay, so the students can create the solutions to respond to the sustainable development challenge. Okay. As an economic formation, I am the professor of the economic area. Particularly, I am interested in the environmental economics. So as I said, we have 25% of our territory under any kind of protection. So every year, I go with my students to these areas. We talk about social actors. So we are trying the X-social. We talk with social actors, local actors, and we search for a real problem. And with my students, we offer a solution for this kind of problem. Last year, I was in the Caribbean of Costa Rica. There is a national park that is called Tortuguero. It's known because there are the turtles who arrived every year. Okay. So there is a very big problem about the management of water. Donc, with my students, we recognize the problem and we made a solution of this problem for the community. Also with the participation of the community. Okay, we designed the decision, but a participative decision in a common way. Okay. Well, this is part of our infrastructure. Okay, we have built in the campus Atlantic, a very green campus. So I want to invite you to visit us in Costa Rica if it's possible. We have a sustainable building, and there you can find an energy lab, a metrology lab, an environmental lab, thermofluids lab, and materials lab. As I said, this is the way that our students used to create the solutions of the problems of the sustainable development, okay? And as I said, as we are a career, this is the only one in Central America that pose a challenge, an additional challenge, because we can create or we can work at the solutions for the environmental skills, environmental challenge for the region, okay? So that what we work in each laboratory, what in the energy laboratory, we work as in direct and alternative current circuit models, the wind and solar module, the solar thermal module, geothermal module, the voltage meters. This is, we can work in all that is related to energy. In Costa Rica we have, if I'm not bad, 98% of our energy is a renewable energy. Then this is why it's interesting to work in the new alternative in energy, in energy, and the research of energy. In the case of environmental laboratory, we work in multiparametric pH, TESC, the spectrophotometer. We work now in the quality of water. As I said, the campus Atlantic is located in Turrialba. Maybe many of you know Turrialba because there is the CATIA, is a very, very recognized university in Costa Rica also. But in Turrialba, we work in the quality of water, the quality of air. Also, we are trying to work in the quality of soil. Okay, and with that, also we make the economical valuation for these resources. Also. Okay. Also, a thermofluid laboratory. I'm gonna go fastly here. A metrology laboratory, because this is very technical. It's not my major lab. Okay, and a materials laboratory. This is very, very interesting because this is the part of the design, of the really design of the solutions that we were talking about, okay? So, which are our research topics and projects, okay? Now we work, and we are interested in working carbon footprint and circular economy, okay? The solid waste management, energy audit, good manufacturing practices, sustainable management system, analysis of value chain, environmental strategies, social responsibility, electric mobility, strategic of supply relationships plan, and we work now in the climate change risk management in ASADAs. ASADAs are in Costa Rica. It's administration of water in rural areas. Now we are working, we are trying to create a master's degree in Costa Rica related to the rural development, also related to the management of water. The water is a resource that is now very important. We are trying to work in ASADAs, okay, so the small administration of water in these areas. And me particularly, I'm interested in work in a mixed research program. Now I'm working with the technicals in informatics. So we created a software that is in charge to do the evaluation projects for economic evaluation projects in rural areas. So I believe the mix of the different careers is very, very important. Or see also for create more important or more interesting things now. Okay. So the projection of the Sustainable Development Engineering degree is the academic development plan of degree related to projects, a faculty development plan to increase the student population, And also that internationalization, that's why we are here with the Latinate staff. We have worked in Costa Rica, thinking in the internationalization, and we work now in accreditation of our career, okay? Also for create alliances and opportunities, okay? And a project, the career in the country, as I said, this is a new career. So now we are trying to start the partnership with other universities and interested research. Same if you want to go research in the tropic, we are very interested in. We I don't know how to say. Ponemos a disposición.
So they are available?
We are available, okay.
From their research projects or to initiate research.
Well, thank you very much.
So in your direction.
Yes. So we're going to be we will be happy to join with you, to have the connection, the contact with other researchers around the world. Germany, we know, is very interested in those topics of sustainable development. So we will be very happy to see you there in Costa Rica and to start our partnership opportunities. So this is my contact. This is my phone number, also my email. After this presentation, we can talk a little bit more about the career and other subjects that we work directly. So thank you very much. This is a presentation. I'm so sorry about the English, but I really start to speak in English now. So,
Unfortunately, our French is not so good these days. Anyway.
Maybe you have questions in French, I will be able to respond.
Anyway, are there any questions?
It's more of a comment actually. Since sustainable development is not achievable without changing human behavior and without having appropriate policy and governance, if you're interested in social hydrology, you're more than welcome to partner up with us.
Okay, in our staff of professors, as I said, I work in the economic. This is very important, obviously, for the social areas. But this is important to say. All the access in the social acts, the economic acts, the environmental acts, we have the professors that are related directly to this area. So we have the anthropologists, the sociologists, etc. So I can give you the contact. Same, we can do a contact with them. We try to work on.
Are there more questions? Are there more questions concerning the career, concerning what they are doing in environment and protection and?
Maybe we can discuss the answer of the question later, but I wanted to plant the seed. In general, there are already mechanical engineers, electrical engineers. I'm sure I'm forgetting a lot of other engineering schools out there. How, in your perspective, so here you have a new engineering area in sustainable development. How you think this will change, or from which other areas of engineering are will your students come, or there will be more of a biological perspective? It's just a question. Not
Probably I can answer. I'm going to try. Well, we have a faculty of engineering in the University of Costa Rica. As you said, the engineering, mechanical engineer, etc. Well, say the faculty of engineering. This engineering and sustainable development is out of this faculty, okay? And probably the opportunity, this is not an opportunity, but the biggest beneficio,
Advantage.
okay, the advantage of our career is that we use the technical part, but also we mix with the other axes of sustainable development. So the students know about economics, know about the social problems that the engineer, the mechanical engineer, the construction engineer doesn't have. So our student knows, because there are always the trips, the outside trips to know the social problems, etc. So our students know the problems directly. They know the problems directly, so they can give a solution directly to this problem. Not only the technical part, but also the social part, the economic part, also the environmental part. Okay.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Well, there's another question. Yeah, but since we're trying to catch you also on.
Yeah. So I wonder, is your program mainly in Spanish, or is it also taught in English, so there's access for international students to come? Or I wonder how international is your study program, or maybe more the university in general? Do you have exchange students, for example? How does it work if they're only English speakers?
Well, actually, we work in Spanish. All the curriculum is in Spanish, but we are. Well, you are welcome in Costa Rica. We have exchange students. We start to have exchange students from. But now we're going to have a student from Germany, 2 students from France. I think the language is not a limit, so we can do the effort to adapt. We can do to adapt our curriculum in English, or to have international students. Okay, in the campus in the Atlantic campus, we have also a small house for students that visit the campus that comes from for foreign students.
Yeah. We have a lot of experience with people going, for example, to Latin America, especially Central America. They go to Nicaragua, and they hardly ever speak good Spanish. As a matter of fact, they don't really speak Spanish when they go there. But they pick it up in 2 months and can, interestingly enough, follow the classes, because the passive understanding goes much faster, and they were very kind, for example, at the ULSA in Nicaragua to help them out, and when they come back they are absolutely fluent. So we figured that the language barrier is actually not as high as one might think. In the coursework of the Latinet project, we are doing internships. And internships work also, because they can most of the colleagues there can communicate in English, so that's not a problem to doing project work. And while you are there, take courses, and you will come home and you have another language. That goes very fast. So I want to encourage people to still try it out. You cannot, what's the problem? You won't fail. You will be able to catch up very fast, because you live in the country, you maybe live with a guest family, you need to communicate, and basically you learn a lot of extra skills besides the language, cultural skills and so forth. So I can only encourage people to promote the exchange with Latin America.
Yep. I'm sure in 2 or 3 months you will be speaking Spanish. A perfect Spanish. And so we have also the professors and students who speaks English, better English than mine. So this is just the start, but then I'm sure you can speak the fluent Spanish. Okay.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, yeah.
Anyway, thank you very much for your contribution.
Okay, so thank you very much. And our next speaker is going to be Philipp Schierning. He is a PhD candidate and scientific assistant at Hochschule Rhein-Waal, specializing in sustainable land use and agroforestry, with a focus on apricot farming in Kyrgyzstan. And I think we had the slides on earlier.
I'm just waiting that it's getting quiet again. Yeah, thank you so much for inviting or accepting me to present my PhD topic. My name is Schierning. I'm a PhD candidate, as mentioned before. And today I'd like to present you on the topic of agroforestry in Central Asia, and in special apricot farming. And it's very nice to have this conference here because many talks have been about agroforestry, and especially in Central Asia or Kyrgyzstan. Florian Drebes on Monday, for example, or yesterday Shafi on the ecosystem services, and Lina, and they all have been involved in the Chain project, which you can see in the top right corner. So am I. And today we will also listen, hopefully, to another talk from a colleague of mine. But to get into the zone, what are the challenges? Again, I think we heard a lot about Central Asia, and we know where it's located. You see the globe, and in green you see the 5 countries of Central Asia, and they are a very vulnerable region regarding climate change, especially because of a expected higher temperature rise, and therefore higher threat of droughts, higher frost, more frost, spring frost appearances, for example, especially threatening fruit production. I just listed the threats now and future again. So the excessive water use, for example, all is irrigated mostly coming from glaciers in that region. You have a lot of animal livestock overgrazing. There's a lot of land degradation happening, and overall the population in Central Asia is increasing. There are some studies also showing a different picture of Central Asia. So you see on 4 different climate projections how the different countries will be affected differently. And there's one region especially kind of red. This is the country Uzbekistan. And this area here is called the Fergana Valley. And this is where I'm doing my research. Now, one possible solution for the challenges ahead is agroforestry. We all heard about agroforestry, and I'd like to repeat it just. It's trees with crops and or animals. Or how to say it simply, it's just agriculture with trees. But there are many different concepts, and there have been many benefits being described. For example, it shields livestock from extreme weather. Then you can have an increased crop yields because you're harvesting 2 different crops. There's a less or slower water runoff, and therefore also less soil erosion or water erosion. You create microclimates, providing a habitat for pollinators. You build up soil health, sequester carbon, and many more also on the economic side, or service providing like firewood, building material, nitrogen fixation. And it's a really nice solution, but it's just a big, term for describing many different kind of practices. Looking into Central Asia, what is the current situation in Central Asia? So there's one paper by Gianni Beckhoff who did a literature research and described typical categories of agroforestry practices which are present. So for example, alley cropping, silvopastoral, live fences, and so on. And overall it was like describing rarely practiced or moderately practiced. And this is kind of the only available study for Central Asia, which is giving a broad sense of how far agroforestry is present. And I added to the table, I said fruit-based agroforestry is increasing, and you will see later why so. What is very typical for the region is the poplars, coming mostly from the Soviet times, Soviet eras, as a windbreak. So you see here in the picture that the high trees, that is poplars, and they have been used as windbreaks, which is very common in former Soviet countries to see. And this is also a kind of agroforestry practice. So I'd like to show you some examples. This is an apricot, and this is an apricot and maize combination. I like it a lot because it's very green, it's very flourishing. But there's also examples of walnut, for example, silvopastoral systems, newly established. The walnut trees are still small, but there's also willow growing aside of it, and the animals are grazing underneath. And these you can find being in Central Asia. So during my PhD, I asked myself what is of interest. And at first, I'd like to create an overview of agroforestry systems in Central Asia, then an understanding what is the management, how do they manage it, fertilizers, pesticides, water, for example, and then I'd like to describe the metaflows at field level. And from there on, having a scientific contribution and as well having an impact at farmers level, because at the end of the SufferChain project, there should be some guidance, like some instruction manuals or, how you say, brief introductions on what are the benefits of agroforestry, because some farmers are already practicing it and some farmers don't, and I'd like to contribute to that and contribute overall to more sustainable land management in Central Asia. Yes, kind of a deductive approach because it's very broad. We're saying I want to make an overview and then also management, so I will focus on Central Asia in general, then focusing on apricot production, and then also describing stocks and flows, the metaflows for carbon, nitrogen, phosphorus, kalium, potassium in apricot system, and technical handbooks for the farmers. So that was the introduction. Kind of now coming to the apricot. What is about the apricot? And the apricot, Prunus americana, is like the origin of the apricot is coming from Central Asia and China. So what you know when you go to the supermarket, you have to think of that the apricot, or for example also the apple, that's the origin. So it's very, there you can find many different varieties, and one special country or region is called the land of apricots. It's the Batken region. It's located in the southwest of Kyrgyzstan. Here you have the Fergana Valley. This is Kyrgyzstan. And it's a very semi-arid, cold desert climate. Mostly irrigation channels, furrow irrigated. But it's very susceptible to drought and increasing. And it's the main source of income for the people living there. So, and why it's of interest? So when you, for example, go on websites like Global Forest Watch and look in that specific area of Batken, so here's the city of Batken, and every blue spot is a tree which has been planted or has been detected by remote sensing, which hasn't been there before, or an increase of 5 meters, beyond 5 meters. So you see a lot of more spots when you look into from 2002 to 2022. And if you look into the Sentinel data and compare, for example, 1994 with 2024, the picture, which is much greener, this is 2024. So you see there's a land use change. So more and more people are, after the fall of the Soviet Union, the people were like independently had to decide what they want to grow on the fields, so they started to set up fruit orchards. So, and when you are going through that area, you find mostly these kind of trees. This is an apricot tree, but you also see the problem, it's dried because there's no water. You also have some dead trees over there. This is like an autumn, so the trees are already having yellow leaves. And this is a very sad picture. and this is not sustainable. In the beginning of my title is like sustainable ? Is agroforestry a sustainable solution? When you look at the other picture I showed you before, it's much greener. So the question is, can it, provide the people living there with enough income, and also in relation to the water usage, or for example carbon sequestration, overall soil health increase. I put this picture because it's very diverse, the area. So when I started the work, I had my question, because when you go there and you ask the people, what do you think? How many people are growing agroforestry systems, like combinations of crops? And there are no real numbers. There are no real statistics. Yeah? In Germany, we can go to the Bundesamt für Statistik and the BLI. They have all the statistics about agriculture. You can ask how many crops were grown. But this is not real in Kyrgyzstan, so there's no real data on how much this practice is present. So, for example, the work of Florian Drebes, the master student, which was presented on Monday, was a question mark we had, and I'm very happy that he was able, via remote sensing, to make a detection of agroforestry systems from just the satellite imagery. So, because it's very small plots, different crops combined, but you also have the bare soil in between. So there are many questions arises. How close should be the trees, the shading, the other crop in between, mechanization, what about tractors, and so on. So for creating an overview, I created an app. The idea is that the people, myself, researchers, extension officers, can open the link when they're in the field. They make a photo, it's uploaded into the cloud, and then I can evaluate the data and afterwards have the insights. So if you want, you can just scan it now and see it on your phone. It's a permanent survey link. The data collection is including photos, GPS position in the background, but also you can put it like where you want. It's automatically uploaded to university service, all GDPR compliant, and it's based on ODK, which yesterday Sophie already mentioned. It's Open Data Kit, it's open source, and the Enketo language. The Enketo is like the front end. And yeah, the idea is that it's then widely shared among stakeholders, so that they, respond with it. So in the end, I hope I can provide an online map and give a structured glimpse of Central Asia. To give you some impressions, how I use the app. So at the moment, the app is still in the phase of improvement and not spreading across all, because I still found some errors in the app. But when I used the app, for example, and I went through Batken, I used the app for structuring, like collecting the data. So I went, for example, through the fields and just made an evaluation of the different combinations. And here you see apricot and alfalfa, different fields. But there you also have many more combinations. Apricot and maize, apricot and barley, apricot and sorghum, for example, and apricot and potato, apricot and strawberry. You also have the animals in between. Then you also have tobacco. It's also very famous in the area. You also some experimental experiments. Some farmers are trying lavender. Then you have apricot and sunflower. And these are like, before this was not described, these different kind of combinations, and this is my focus on describing it, and then afterwards assessing if it might be sustainable. And I really like the flower of the onion, for example, so I also added this one. So it's very diverse, but it's not very common spread, and many farmers, they have different perception on my neighbor. We learned about where do farmers learn or where they get their knowledge from other farmers. So they talk about the neighbor. Then I ask them, why don't you grow anything underneath your apricot? And he says, oh yeah, my neighbor, he tried it, but it didn't work, so I don't want to try it. Or so yeah. And then when you talk to the local village office, chief office, local heads, local chief heads, local village office heads, I mean like the Bürgermeisters. So there are some who are asking for arguments on how to make it more diverse in the area. So this is my second task, assessing the management practices and then evaluation of seeing differences between non-agroforestry and agroforestry systems regarding fertilizer use, irrigation, mechanization level, and also yields, harvesting, and so on. And this is still ongoing, so I cannot present you any results yet. I don't want to present you any results yet. And also the household survey, which was presented yesterday from Shofi, also mainly on the economic part. It included also a lot of information on management, fertilizer use, mechanization, and so on. And I'm very happy when I can evaluate that data. Yes. And the third part I mentioned, what I think very interesting, and also in the agroforestry community, because agroforestry science is growing, is looking into the metaflows, and especially like management, how management influences carbon, nutrients, and water. And I'm aware this could be like there's research for every different metaflows for carbon, nutrients, and water alone. Complete PhDs on this, but I want to be very on a high level because it's more like a first study and model and do a lot of estimations, but just describing it for the apricot systems. Yeah, what is next? I mentioned this. I really like that study which was published last year, was very big in the news. Also, I think it's a kind of a paradigm shift that we go away from monocultures, intensifying just one crop. It's like proof that the diversification can outperform specialization agriculture. And yeah, this is what we are looking for. At the moment, the pre-conclusions are there's a huge diversity of agroforestry systems present, especially like when you look in one region. There are many differences in management. The farmers also said in the interviews, when, for example, they grow apricot and alfalfa, it's increasing the income stability because like of the alternating fruiting yields, as fruit trees have the alternating yields. The alfalfa in between is like stabilizing the income when they can sell the alfalfa as fodder to the animals. Yeah, there's a lot of discussion. Outcomes, you can see understanding of the present management, design principles, how far should the trees be away, apart from each other. And also the combination, what is benefit really is a benefit to grow tobacco underneath the apricot, as it's pulling up a lot of nitrogen. And afterwards, I'd like to have education material for the farmers. And with this, creating a loop to yesterday's talks from Rolf Becker and also using large language models. Here I use the DALL-E, which is not accessible anymore. It's integrated into ChatGPT, I think. But this was 2023 when I used it. Starting my research work, I asked it, can you create me a painting of agroforestry in Central Asia? So this was the outcome. And I really liked it because it's actually what I saw when I was there, like in an artistic way. So this was just created for helping me, and I really like this approach. And also with communicating, and I really like to show this when I'm on conferences, this picture, because it's widening to follow the words of to Goethe, we only can see what we know, and it's like creating a picture gives you some creative thoughts to move into that direction. And with this, I'd like to thank you and open for any questions.
Yeah, I don't know who was first. Ladies first, I guess.
Thanks. I'm Christina from Jülich. Very interesting. Thank you. I also spent some time in rural areas in China, which had kind of similar substrates, I think, at some point, which leads me to the question. The carbon content of the soil is possibly also more on the lower side. Do they have any kind of option of carbon entry management aside, for example, from circulating with manure or with plant biomaterial for more durable carbon entry into the soil, for example, like pyrolyzed versions, biochars or something like this?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Yeah, the carbon input question. It's very different. I mean, it really depends on some farmers, and some farmers are very advanced, but this is like on the lower end. Composting was a big topic, but it was still minor. And the farmers who are just growing apricots and have the bare soil underneath, they're also not very into, I say, creating an environment which is flourishing for the soil. But the farmers who are practicing agroforestry systems, they are a bit more caring, and so they have animals at home, and then they bring the manure into the field, and they are not having the perspective of seeing soil as something important, but they see the output of better yielding for the different crops they grow underneath. And it's also, when I took the soil samples, it was, you could see the earthworms. In the agroforestry system, there was a lot of more biodiversity present, like from the fauna, but like different butterflies, insects, arthropods, also in the ground. And if you went soil sampling in the monocultural apricot system, it was kind of depressing. So yeah.
The monoculture orange system was the same.
Okay, we had.
Thank you. Thank you for your very interesting presentations. I have one question and maybe a few comments. First, how the fields are irrigated? The flood irrigation or just rain-fed?
Oh yeah.
Maybe
Yeah, so rain-fed is not happening. It's mainly snow melt and glacial water, which is then via channels coming into the fields. So every 2 weeks, it's kind of in the summertime, every 2 weeks they used to irrigate the fields in flooding. Kind of, yeah, they have a channel on top, like a furrow irrigation, and then they open the furrow, and then the water is just flooded into. Some farmers have channels to the trees, some just do like spreading it, so yeah.
And there are challenges now with the water availability. If you go back to your previous slide, the conclusion, so what is the income stability with, because alfalfa is quite water demanding as far as I know, and the combination, and also you mentioned with the other intercropping, they try their best with this and that to generate some income, but with so far I think there is no immediate, let's say, experience to know which combination of intercropping would add more values, is more sustainable, and also in terms of water use, right?
So I hope in the end not to have the one solution. I want to promote diversity. So I don't want to say to farmers, hey, just grow alfalfa underneath the apricots, because then you also have problems of management, like that there will be Kleemüdigkeit, so that the yield is decreasing of the alfalfa after 5 years. Usually in management practice you need a crop rotation also in the crops in the field. So after 5 years growing a potato, to get out the nitrogen which has been accumulated. So it's, and the aspect you mentioned, alfalfa is also very water demanding, that's true. But the question is, maybe due to the shadowing or the windbreak, how much water is actually how much water is used. I don't have any answer yet to how much water is used compared to a bare field, like temperature-wise. When you look at soil health overall, does it actually increase the water holding capacity in situations where you have maybe in the future, maybe now it's the time to increase soil health when you compare it to later when there will be less water available. But yeah.
Okay, and then we do
First,
one last. Well, or
thank you. I think to promote diversity is very important, it's very good, but I think looking at the current climate conditions and also knowing from experience from other regions, I think now we have similar case also in Armenia where a farmer, which we visited with Onno December 23, they bought 1,000 hectares of land in which 60 hectares was apricot, and he completely removed and converted into pistachio trees, where I also talk about it this afternoon. And is considered high value crop, I think, compared to apricot. And the trend is that the main key issue in the whole Middle East, I think in Armenia, and also maybe there is water, or in Jordan we have also project. And in future, I think really this creating microclimate, like this windbreakers, maybe we can use solar panels, then to also create a sort of microclimate, generate also electricity, and then improve the local, or maintain the local moisture. And then also look for indigenous plants from the region, we discussed it with Onno this morning, to use it for intercropping, in which can resist to this, to the disease, and also because this, with alfalfa, with wheat, barley, sunflowers, I have the experience that the farmers used it and then they gave it up. And main issue is the water, I think, and then of course the disease and the rest of issue. Yes, sorry.
Yes, very, very, very good points. I agree on all of them. It's very, how I say, agroforestry systems provoke like more system thinking. Not having one solution, and it's location adaptation question, and also farmer-wise adaptation question, like do they like to work with apricots? What is the perspective of selling apricots? At the moment it's the main income, so focusing on the economy which is already established and keeping apricot yielding high, but also setting other income sources. I showed you the example of lavender, for example. It's not really like a locally grown, it's more Mediterranean plant, but it's using less water, and it's also for medicinal use, so it can be a possible benefits. And maybe there's also regarding push-pull effects with pests for the apricot. Maybe there are some effects, we don't know yet. But I mean, also I've met farmers who showed me plants they took from the mountains are growing underneath the apricots. So there are many more questions. One door opens, two more appear.
We need to assess the impact.
Yes, we need to, yes, the impact, yes.
right. We have two more questions. I'll start over there maybe, because I think you were first.
Thanks a lot. Very interesting talk. one simple question: when does the agroforestry compete with the harvest of the apricots? Because you showed a large diversity, and that I was wondering, when the same crop is ripe. That's a simple one. But you conclude indeed that it's a high diversity in agroforestry. I see that, we know it. There's cropping system between, you need intercropping, so that per definition is diversity over the years. What's your approach to quantify this diversity or integrate? Because you have just a sampling period of one time or interviews, and to make it maybe answer the simple way, can you, or do you have an impression already whether you can quantify the conventional system? Is that, in your view, really, as you described, monoculture, bare soil all over the year? Or can you come there with a number that is, so what is your approach to quantify your conclusion of this high diversity?
So yield competing, monoculture apricot agroforestry, or apricot monoculture, yield competing of the apricot. It's very complex, this question, because it's the trees, which is the main crop, so the yield does not really differ, but it's about the harvesting technique. Usually the apricots fall down, not the fresh ones, which they pick, but it's typical that they sell the dry ones. They are not typical in our knowledge here, but that's so you can chew on them, and they fall on the ground, and it's very good if the soil is bare, that they can dry. If there's something growing underneath, then you have losses due to fungi, for example. So yeah, but there are also harvesting techniques, which I saw. I have also videos of it, where they use like carpets and shake the tree, but it's also more labor. And actually Kyrgyzstan has also experienced the same problem as we do. No one wants to work in agriculture anymore in these rural areas, not really, because it's not an income source. So yeah, that's questions. I cannot answer, there's no yes or no. And for biodiversity, how assessing biodiversity, I'd like to differ between diversity and biodiversity. Assessing, I have no real approach. I mean, I want to show the different crops, and from literature or other meta reviews conclude that this is more beneficial. But biodiversity, it's not part of my research. Yes, in your meta. You conclude your final part of the thesis will be meta flows. You want to quantify the yes, but there I don't want to say conclude something from diversity. This is more like for describing it, because in agroforestry systems it's still in the beginning of describing the meta flows, how this is affecting to each other. Yeah.
Okay, Pedro, do you... Very, very quick though.
Just sorry. Thanks for the presentation. With this picture, it's really green, but the hills. So I would presume that the glacier and irrigation are basic concept. Without that, that valley wouldn't be like this. So I was wondering on the precipitation that you have. Do you know the amount that falls in, more or less? It's
200, 250 millimeters. I think so, yeah. But it's also that's also another problem. Weather stations. Yeah, it's the data is not really. I have no local. I have one local weather station, but I'm still in contact that I need to buy the data. So yeah, this is the rough estimation, but it's also very variation because of the high altitude of the mountains, going up to 5,000 meters. So this is small mountains area. It's the Pamir and kind of, yes. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. I think everyone thought your presentation was also super interesting, so. So I'm sure we all know we're running quite late. We will not have a coffee break per se. Everyone can just grab a coffee and then sit back down. So I want to see all of you back in your seats in max 2 minutes, and then we'll continue. Okay, no. Harry, ¿me prendes? Gracias. Okay, as promised, I'm going to make everyone return super early from the coffee break. Okay, I think we're semi-settling down now. The last stragglers. There we go. Okay, so our next speaker is Christina Kuchendorf from FZ Jülich, which is a Forschungszentrum, a research institute, specifically at the Institute of Bio and Geosciences in plant sciences. She is focusing on sustainable solutions for improving plant production in agriculture, and especially plant phenotyping, plant-environment interactions, and alternative biomass sources. And she's going to explain a bit more about some of those topics to us today.
Yeah, thanks very much for the introduction. Let's test this. Oh, it doesn't like me. Those things never like me. So, yeah, I'm very happy to be here today, to have the opportunity to tell you a little bit about our AgroInnovationLabs in the framework of the bioeconomy revier. Because actually I found out from the last talk and also what I followed over the last days, we have lots of interconnective topics, especially concerning the environmental problems, which many of us would think, oh yeah, environmental problems in Germany, it's not that bad. But actually, yeah, we should also be prepared, and I have some examples of that. So I want to tell you something about what we are doing at and around our institute, and hope then for some discussion and exchange and interest, and hopefully also future exchange later. Oops, okay, it's working. So what are we doing at IBG2? We're a plant institute. We have some core groups talking about plant roots, plant shoots, phenotyping everything, working with alternative biomass resources, for example, algae or different plant fibers. And we care a lot about trying to make plant use more efficient and using everything with regards to sustainable plant-based bioeconomy, connecting to agriculture, but also connecting to industry, connecting to teaching, and making it also useful around our area, so we can have an impact on the direct area where we live. And as I mentioned, the challenge is the changing environment, which is not only climate change, but for us, for example, means in the Rhenish area, Uppsala, that we have a transit from being an area with a lot of open coal mining for lignite, which is now being phased out, and we need to do something new with this area and have the chance in the structural change to build up a lot more of not yet existing infrastructure there, hopefully more sustainable than before, and be a kind of like guiding area, hopefully, for the future. There are several of these structural change areas in Germany with different focuses, so if you're at some point interested, check into these topics. So I mentioned that change is something we experience, and I brought an example which I will refer to again later in this talk, because what you, for example, see here, climate change means more temperature, more energy in the overall system, and this is like laser pointer really doesn't work. This is like rain events very strongly in 2023 last year, which was a really 2024, sorry, which was a really wet year, and when it rained a lot. For example, like 27 liters or 30 liters or whatever. And this actually gave us some problems, because we are trying to bring the plants which we think are good for value chains in our area. We want to bring them to the field. We had real plantations and everything, and the rain really gave us some problems. It was really, really wet in this year. Normally, the last years before, it was really, really dry. And we had really a lot of heat days, which are also not so good for plants. So we also have to learn to be more flexible. We have, compared to the earlier 90 years, we have much more heat days, and the 10 hottest years in the monitoring were all after the year 2000 in our area. So that is also something we are being concerned about, and which is also reflecting in the drought of the soil in the last years. So since 2019, 21, 22, 23, the more purple it is, the drier the soil is. We are in this area here in Germany. And you can see the last years were not so nice, and it took really much too wet 2024 to get back to a kind of more normal phase. Only 2024 was so wet that we had too much water, which was already starting to flow off again. It didn't even go into the soil, so problems everywhere. This is complaining on a very high level, by the way, because, for example, we have project partners in Palestine who are having much more problems with water than we do. But we're working together and try to see, can we find solutions where we benefit, where we can learn, which we can use on both, where we can communicate the aspects which are useful for all of us. One other factor we have is not only like heat and water, but also nutrition, because worldwide plant nutrition depends on nutrients. Nitrogen is relatively simple, phosphorus is not so simple. I'm just picking out a few factors here as an example. Phosphorus mining is mostly concentrated, for example, from Morocco, but the need is biggest in Europe and China, etc. And we need to find some ways to make this more sustainable, to be more independent, and also not to lose so much of this finite trace, because we are losing this into water bodies and in areas where it should not be, leading to eutrophication, etc. So just one more challenge to face. So we want to be more efficient with our plant nutrition, please. So we have set up a few things where we can test this, one of our InnoLabs, for example. But just to shortly summarize that, we want to have more leverage to react. We want to aid in finding more methods which can also be applied elsewhere, more efficient plants, more options for crop management, work with more resilient plants, or make local plants maybe more resilient, be more efficient with our nutrient supply. There also remote sensing, etc. comes in to be more efficient on the spot, in space and also in time. So space, the space on the field, of course, not the space there. But you cannot, of course, do it from a satellite, so different spatial levels. Try to find soil supplement or soil management for poorer soils, which is why I also was asking about the carbon, because also we have soils which are poor in organic carbon. And here we actually do not want so much to improve our soils, but we want to find carbon sinks, because it's a financial question here. We want to have targeted crop prediction and also better prediction of environmental influences. We need to be able to react and to be resilient. And there are, of course, lots more aspects which we can use. So the pictures are from one of our InnoLabs where we can actually, where we start from zero, it's very empty sandy soil, and everything we do there has been done by us. It's on top of one of our open casts, lignite residue. Mountain is maybe a little bit too much, it's a hill, where we are able to experiment a lot. And this is where we want to try to find some solutions to this problem. The whole thing is in the framework of the so-called bioeconomy revier, which is a project in our structural change area. And as I already mentioned, there are these large framework questions like resource and climate-friendly living, more sustainable processes, material cycles, waste management, etc. You all know these buzzwords, but it really gives us some frame to work in, and we like it. If you want to check out more projects in this area, you can please visit the website, and you find also the other aspects which are covered in this bioeconomy revier. Agro-food energy, my colleague Onno will tell something about photovoltaic systems in this regard later. Agroforestry we also have in our area. We are having some projects for plants in use for health and cosmetics, which were formerly not grown around our area. And then there's stuff like waste use, wood substitutes, materials for paper, like plant fiber is a very big topic, and also lots of others, chemical bases, microbial applications, things like that. So, AgroInnovationLabs, but let's go back to the field, because that is where I spent most of my time in the last years. We actually made us a field experimental area together with RWE, which have kind of made us a actually a huge sandbox with defined amounts of loess, 0, 10, 20 and 30% loess, and like 6 hectares. I have some pictures of that also, where we can test infrastructure and install infrastructure, test new cultivation methods, kind of be able to approach the plant needs from the lower side, because normally in Germany we have relatively good soils which all have a fertilization history, so it's very difficult for us to go somewhere and like exclude earlier effects for shorter experiments, for example. We don't have these problems here. And we want also to test, to be able to test some business models for more innovative agriculture, for example, safflower, but also plants like Arnica or Nasturtium or something. And try to connect and especially get into the dialogue with the local people who would maybe want to also implement it, take it further, hopefully create also job opportunities or new companies on the way. And so far this is looking quite, we have lots of interest and it's really looking quite good in this regard. What methods are we using there? Maybe also of interest, of course, the general things which you would expect from a plant institute, like we're measuring photosynthesis with all means available in the greenhouses. We have an MRT for plant roots, do anything possible with multispectral imaging or PET scanning above and below the surface, for example, in root boxes and like robotic measurements where you have a high throughput of many, many plants. But we also have for the fields, because we need to put it on a relevant level to be able to actually talk to the farmers, like we have used it on a hectare and not just in a pot to be able to enter in a discussion. We have some robotic support with the, for example, Farm Droid, which is a solar-powered robot, which has the excessive speed of about 1 kilometer per hour, but he can drive autonomously, and he can do this even solar-powered for almost the whole day and night, and then recharge and do it again. We have measurement platforms like this Field Weasel, who we can set up to very closely monitor what is happening with our plants. You can choose the sensors to set up their different robotic systems and measurement platforms based on airplane and also on satellite, the Flex mission, which is right on the way right now, actually. So we can also do the monitoring on all levels of plant and plant canopy size to be sure what happens when we set out and do evil things to the plants and stress them, or watch them being stressed by our local weather. So where do we do that? Very shortly, the big red dot, we are here in Jülich. This is where we have our photovoltaics, where Onno is going to be talking about, which looks like this, which is really cool. But I will going to give you an example about the marginal field lab, which is the sandbox I was talking about earlier, which is on top of this Sophinio, and you can see here this one of the open lignite mines. Here's another one. This is Hambach. This is Inden, just like the deepest hole in Germany at the time being. And hopefully in about 60 years it will be a nice lake. So we will all have lakeside sea view villas or something like that. No, that will not happen. Well, we will see. You can also see it from the air. It's like from there. It's about 6 hectares. And this is what it looks like from bird's view. Here you can already see the fields we have on there. And we have, which you can see here, the sandy part. And here the slightly darker part with the higher loess concentrations in the soil. And because this has not been historically grown, this is an actively formed hill, so they go there with the big excavator and mix and put the sands there. We have like a 4 to 6 meter thick, quite homogeneous mix of sand and loess there, which is kind of cool. So what are we doing there? Just an example. We have set up lots of measurements installations, for example, for soil moisture and temperature in different depths. There are like 12 stations covering the whole area. We have 6 leachate collection stations. Here, for example, where under an area of about 10 square meter, we can collect in 1 meter depth the leaking water. For example, when we want to know how much nutrients which we put on the surface is actually lost into the soil. And then we do aerial monitoring and of course also hands-on monitoring of the plants to see what our plant canopies are doing over time. And we use soil improvements and different fertilization methods there and different plants, different plant species to see who can cope best with the conditions we have on this area. So the advantage was that we have this blank substrate. And what we wanted to check especially this year, because we wanted to use some safflower for the oil and for the fiber yield which it can give, to see which treatment safflower prefers in this large scale. And we tested it here and on another area in this open cast mine to get some first impressions about the minimum necessary to implement safflower. So this is what it would look like, some pictures of the training. This is what it looks like here if you want to put in digestate, which is the residue from biogas from plants. If you put this in like 20 centimeter into the soil before you do the planting. It's really interesting to drive over this with this like 40-ton tank thing over there. So I'm happy that from nature, I'm a geobotanist actually, but here I get to work with all the nice larger technique things, which is really nice. So then we did the sowing after the strip till. It's the strip till application. We had some. We had clover. We had barley as a control plant, and we had the safflower in this year on the field. And we also had some smaller experiments for different concentrations, which of course then still involve lots of handiwork on the field. So still lots and lots to do. In addition, we set out to plant perennial plants to see how they cope under these harsh conditions. For example, look like this. And if any of you would want to come to visit at some point and see how that develops, you're of course welcome to see. So this is what last year looked from aerial view, just to give you an impression about what field planning can look like. Here's one first impression of active plant life from a drone picture mosaic where actually the green plants are. We'll not go into this depths on this picture because it's not referenced yet, but you can actually make out single plants here in the dots. This would be the field plan on this with a small experimental field. So lots of options to do evil things to lots of plants on a larger scale. So what do we do with the safflower in our experiments and then also on the field? We try out different fertilization methods and it's quite visible that about 100 kilogram of nitrogen is quite sufficient. In some cases it likes the double amount, but in most cases it actually doesn't. And that also showed on the field. On the field, safflower looks much nicer, like this. We are experimenting with different depths of the rows. And safflower, for example, could also be a good plant for agroforestry intercropping, for example, because safflower doesn't like it too wet and likes to be a bit protected at times. And we had some problems with wetness this year. And what we also found that our safflower prefers the digestate a lot to the mineral fertilizer, very likely also because we had so much of these rain events, which I showed before, that the mineral fertilizer was not kept as well in the soil as the digestate, which we are now confirming with the soil analytics we did afterwards. So we had some measurement here with the digestate treatments on this side and the mineral fertilizer on this side. I'm not going too much into depth in this, but there is some preference of safflower for the 100 kilogram nitrate digestate mixture in this result first overview. So we did another one in another field with a larger planting still, and we wanted to identify additional stresses in the area which is also close to the normal agricultural area here. And during to the wetness in this year, so we were hoping for a dry year as before actually, but we didn't get it. So we had to problems like also all the other farmers of course faced. We could sow too late, almost 8 weeks too late, because the ground was too wet, you couldn't drive over it. So we also had a later ripening. We couldn't hoe for weeds again because it was too wet, so we had lots of weeds in the straw. And we didn't have fungicide in this year because we wanted to see what stress factors additional came in. And so, because of the wet weather, we actually got some part of rot in these plants. So the yield was not as high as it could have been, which will be addressed, of course, in the next year. And we will also, next year is this year, use lots more fiber plants in the rest of the field plantings to expand these experiences to these two. So, hoopsala, he did some strange thing with this slide. This looked differently when I put it in there. So we have some perennials maybe, which I can mention for this year, and we will have some Bengal hemp, some flax, lupinus, and buckwheat for this year for testing. I'm going to jump over this is somehow broke. So as a summary, we want to be able to do lots more laboratory to field approaches there for more knowledge creation and extension, and to be able to collect all the data to do more interconnection to other areas which face these challenge problems, this change problems, different microclimates, different weather extremes, different nutrient stresses, etc., to be more efficient overall. And we have the option to do different material applications here and follow these up and use the result then for entry in different industrial processes, especially, for example, for the safflower, the oil, for the oil pressing, for nutrition and for medicinal purposes, and the fibers as a paper substitute, because we have connections to, it's called Modellfabrik Papier, to the paper industry actually in our area. There are also many, many more connections already, but for anybody who's interested, please check out all the connective points which are able to be made in the bioeconomy revier. And for our innovation labs, our agro labs, the most interesting questions there is the concepts of soil formation, organics in soil, carbon sequestration, and the improvement of soil with re-entry of carbon through, for example, application of organic fertilizers. Differences between the usability of annual and perennial crops, and also we include legumes. We had this nitrogen question before. And try to minimize also the things we do with it. Minimal tillage, for example, most efficient soil treatments. And one question, for example, is also for use degradable foils as a soil promoter, where you put after your planting or with your planting a soil on the ground, which has some sterilizing effects, also some water holding effects, and may be able to have beneficial microbial growth underneath or protection of the plants. So this is also something that will be tested. Okay, so far that was a lot of aspects which we can cover there, and I hope which will lead to some discussion later to go a little bit more into depth with. So I would so far thank you a lot for the attention and hope that we can connect on some of these points later.
Thank you very much. Very interesting talk. Are there any questions? We have time for one or two, maybe. Yes.
Thank you. It's super interesting. Also, I'm thinking about soils in the Amazon have been degraded by alluvial gold mining that just keep up the forest, and creating again a new soil is interesting. But regarding your one of the assays, do you have any on-site tracking facilities actually to see carbon exchange, respiration in the soil, something like a small flux unit?
We have no direct flux units. We have flux units in the institute actually, but not on this field. So far, this is more the simple soil tracking, because so far carbon tracking. So far there is no carbon in the soil. It's really completely empty. So in the first 1-2 years, we can check, okay, what's still there? Was some of the carbon we put in or something the plants put in and sequestrated from the air? But as soon as there is something also on a measurable level, because right now it's just so low. With our input in 1 year, we put in like 0.01% carbon with one of these treatments. We should install something like this as soon as it makes sense to also have this visible. But it would be really nice for a longer term installation. Maybe also not on top there, but of some on the lower areas. But yes, it is one of the main questions, especially when you see that when we are using something like Terra Preta, you mentioned the Amazon. Terra Preta is relatively stable organic carbon compounds there, which will also stay there for years. If we use digestate, 70-80% in the next year, they will be gone already. The carbon will be not remade into CO2. The microbes will already have breathed it again, and it will be gone.
Okay. Another question from the audience? Well, I'm sure we'll talk about it a bit more in the next coffee break and lunch. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Harald Moßbrucker. He is a social anthropologist with very extensive knowledge in Latin America, especially doing development aid projects with the European Union, the GIZ, and also some other types of institutions. And he's going to talk today about one specific project that he did in the Honduran area of the Miskitos, which is an indigenous territory.
Okay, hello to everybody. First of all, like Nelson, I have to apologize for my English. It's not very good. I would be better in Spanish. But anyway, the other thing I wanted to say, please keep in mind that I'm a social anthropologist. This project was, we did a project in La Mosquitia, and it's a social anthropologist project. It's not an engineer, agro-engineer project. And third, take in mind what Philip said agroforestry is a very diverse concept. You can understand a lot of different situations by agroforestry. We ourselves, as I am an anthropologist, we oriented ourselves in the classical Maya civilization. I think that's important too. Okay, our aim was to strengthen sustainable natural resource management and adaptation to climate change. This has been these two things, sustainable and climate change, to indigenous territories in La Mosquitia in Honduras. Well, how do I go there? Like this? The other one. First, a little bit about the context. It's very important that you understand the context. The Miskitos, they are an ethnic group quite different from the rest of Central America. They got their own language, they got their own culture, and they are divided between two countries, Honduras and Nicaragua. But for them, the border doesn't exist. You can just cross across the river Coco, River Segovia it's called also, which divides Honduras and Nicaragua. The culture is originated in Chibcha. Chibcha was a big group in Greater Colombia and moved further to the north, more or less about 2,000 years, 1,500 years ago. And the other cultural influx is from African groups who had been brought to Honduras as slaves and escaped and mixed up with the Chibcha population already there. There are a lot of problems for these mosquitoes. They are isolated. There's no road to the mosquito area from the main space of Honduras to Mosquito. You can't go by road. You can't go by boat. You have to fly, or you have to go by little boats from river to river and walk and go to another river. It's very, very difficult to get there. Therefore, the development in our sense, like we understand development, electricity, roads, and things like this, electricity simply doesn't exist. There is no electricity. And there is one big road, and the rest you do by pipantes, they call it. It's little boats made by trees. It's just like 5,000 years ago. You will see this is more or less La Mosquitia of Honduras, and this would be La Mosquitia from Nicaragua. This is all the mosquito area. And we worked in these places here. I like to spell it. Finsmos, Wamaklisinasta, Truxinasta, Lainasta, Iwatiasta. These have been the territories where we worked. There are 12 territories, and every territory is more or less autonomous in its political and social matters concerning local all the local matters, right? Of course, they belong to Honduras, but they are quite autonomous there because there isn't nearly any control of the state agencies because there is no access. Okay. The natural resources. La Mosquitia is divided into 3 big areas. One area is a mangrove area along the coast. The other area is a dense forest, dense rainforest. And the third area is a savanna area. It's a savanna, pine savanna area with very, very poor soils. It's a big problem there to create something, a big problem for agriculture. And the whole region extends in Honduras. We are talking about Honduras. 16,000 square kilometers. The lifestyle and the economy of the people is normally, or traditionally, it's rice, beans, and yucca, and sometimes banana, but banana is not so much grown there, at least not in this area where we had been active. And it's very, very ineffective. It's slash and burn agriculture on poor soils. So, well, there is a problem. Or they do it along the rivers, the river banks, and there is a problem of inundation. Do you call it like this? Yeah. Floods. Yeah, river floods. Yeah. That's about this. Nowadays, there is a big problem in La Mosquitia. There are external influences which root in the 80s. In the 80s, there was a conflict in Nicaragua, and the United States was mingled up there too. So a lot of mosquitoes flew from, they went from Nicaragua to Honduras. And the population, the mosquito population in Honduras doubled in these years, and this brought a lot of tensions in the communities, because there had been a lot of international help too, but only for the Nicaraguans, not for the Hondurans. So the tension grew more, and among them there have been about 15, sometimes to 20,000 soldiers. And you can imagine in little communities with soldiers there, the effects of it. The effects are drugs, prostitution. It damages the social cohesion of these communities. This led to another effect when a lot of these mosquitoes went back to Nicaragua, the soldiers left, but the drug traffickers came in. And nowadays, the drug traffickers are the strong people in La Mosquitia. If you do anything there, you have to deal with them. That's always a problem. And they grab the forests, cut down the trees, and put cattle on it, because this is the best way to laundering money. You can invest your money in these cattle, and then you can sell the cattle on the market, and everything is fine. So it's just under these circumstances that we started our project. We started it in July 2020 with Corona as another problem for us. And it was financed by the German government, implemented by Deutsche Gesellschaft für internationale Zusammenarbeit, GIZ. And our project was called Panapana. It's important too. Panapana means reciprocity. Oops. Next one. We had 5 aims to get to the big objective we got: sustainable management of the resources. There was to improve the organization on a local level and the regional level. To improve the administrative and technical prerequisitos, pues, carajo, for the government to give attention to the people. It's a big thing of us, and we concentrated very much on this, was to improve the food production for the people, because there is a lot of lag. About 80% of the people have malnutrition, suffer from malnutrition. So we concentrated very much on this. We sought to find some capacity for the people to bring some basic stuff to the market. There is a town, it's called Puerto Lempira, with about 5,000 people. So to help them to bring their stuff there. And afterwards, after 1.5 years, we got more money from the German government, and we invested it in supply of sanitation of water and sanitation, because there is no drinking water and there is no sanitation facilities in La Mosquitia. First, we set up a steering group, and we we tried to plan the project for defining the project. It was very abstract, and we wanted to define it with all the stakeholders involved. Firstly, the people, the communities, but also the regional and the national authorities, universities, and everything. We had to develop a strategy how to intervene there. And we came to the conclusion that we hire a consulting firm, because as GIZ has a lot of restriction in movement and things like this for security and everything. The Germans are very, very secure. I don't understand how these people could do the Second World War. Second World War was very insecure, one could die. Well, this is a part. So we got a little group in Tegucigalpa, in the capital of Honduras, maintaining relations with the government, planning and things like this. And we got a staff in Puerto Lempira, all contracted by the consulting firm. And from this, nearly all had been mosquitoes. They had the culture of the mosquitoes. They knew the people, and it was very, very important to use them as promoters for what we tried to do. From this planning process, we decided it's the implementation of agroforestry, as I said already, a little bit oriented in what ancient Mayas did when they lived in Yucatan. It's a very difficult area too for agriculture. Yeah, that was it. Then we started in November and December to present the project in 35 communities. A lot of these community leaders had participated in the planification, but we wanted to talk to the people in the communities. And from these 35 communities, some didn't have interest, others got a lot of interest, but we had resources for starting in 20 communities. Afterwards, we took 10 more. And we initially focused on strengthening the local organizations. It was very, very important to have a good community base there, and improving agriculture production through climate-adapted techniques, that is agroforestry. Afterwards, we established a market hall in Puerto Lempira. This market hall, it was the idea of an organization, of a community organization, mostly of women, who approached and asked us if they could, if we could help them, and we did it. This is the hall, the market hall. and we intensified our cooperation with the government. Initially, there was no interest in what we did, but afterwards there was a change in government, a change in agricultural ministry, and she was very, very interested. The Secretary of Agriculture was very interested in what we are doing, so we worked together with them. How did we understand agroforestry? You see here Luz with her family in an area where you hardly can do some agriculture, and it's in the beginning, clearing the field and improving the soil of the field with organic fertilizer. And we started here with some banana. I don't know what crop is this, and these heaps here are for the avocado trees that we created, we introduced there too. I think it's better to go here. No, I'm a little bit. I have to reorganize it. What we did was we took plots 25 to 25 meters, 50 to 50 meters, or 100 to 100 meters, depending on what the farmers wanted, what the community members wanted, or depending much also if the community fields, we had 30 community fields, and this had been big fields. It was the fields for presenting to the whole community how it works. In these fields, we put up rows of heaped earth, and there had been maybe 4, 5 rows with rice, then a row with tree, or 2 rows with trees, different trees, then 4, 5 rows with beans, with maize, with, well, everything what you find. This here is pineapple. This is beans. There are the trees in between, and that was the style we did it. Afterwards, when after the first 1.5 years, we started a big program with family gardens which had been near the house where the people live. But it was the same technique, the same methodology we used there. You see here the rows. This one is maize. There are the trees, and there are beans and things like this. And there are the houses. And we put up in these 30 communities. Tim, still? In the 30 communities about 1,350 gardens. You see here the whole community working, or not the whole community, but a lot of the community working, taking place. Normally it's between neighbors, between it's groups of families, of extended families, and they learn from each other. What we did also was to put up a greenhouse in Puerto Lempira, and there we grow 20,000 avocado trees, 5,000 bread trees. It's a very important thing for the people too, and about 8,000 citrus trees. And we gave some training in how to manage these trees, to put them in the fields between the plants. Okay, these are the family and school gardens. I already told about this. And another big thing was that the people had to be trained. We didn't do anything for them. We did we always worked with them. And we always trained them first. All the people who wanted training received training. And we did training on the ground with our promoters. And we did special training in every one of the communities, at least one person with the Agrarian University of Honduras. It had been 15 youngsters, and we always took half man, half woman. We did with Zamorano. Escuela Zamorano is one of the most prestigious agricultural university in Central, and I think not only Central America, but also Latin America. And we had a cooperation with them that they train about 120 or 150 people in forest management from different communities. Also a very important thing, because normally the companies who buy timber go into the communities and they cheat the people. The people got the work and the others got the money. So they trained them to negotiate, to manage a forest in an adequate manner and things like this. Well, I already told that the government institution, Ministry of Agriculture and Forest Authority, they had a lot of interest in our program, and we set up with them a model of government intervening in indigenous communities to promote family agriculture, not the big agriculture, the export agriculture, but the indigenous family agriculture. Yeah, I already told establish market access, training in different capacities. We will put it. And what I want to do as conclusion is to highlight what was important for the results we got. It was technical stuff from the Mosquitia, because with other people you couldn't do it, because a lot of people in the communities, about 60% in the communities, don't speak any Spanish. They just speak Mosquito. Learning by doing, very, very important. Not doing for the people, but doing with the people. Training of the multipliers in village communities. These 150 multipliers are multipliers who got special training. There are a lot more of multipliers who got just the training on the spot. Capacity building through multi-month special courses for 30 to 50 people in leadership, indigenous law, culture, agroforestry, natural resources and forest management, development and management of micro-enterprises, woodworking and furniture making, and manufacture of hand drills, water pumps, and drilling wells. Okay. Here are some photos. This was a traditional way to peel rice. We put up about 6 machines in strategic communities to peel the rice with machines, because this is a precondition to sell it, and you save about 40% of the rice got lost this way here, and it's a lot of work, of course. This is a woman in her family garden. She was very proud. She got the best garden I ever saw, and she was very proud of it. And this was before it was just a barren area. It was like Christiana, she was called? Or Christina, like Christina, these desert areas you showed. It was like this, and she made a wonder out of it. This is one of the best owner, and he serves as multiplier. And normally there are 6 to 10 people around him, looking how he do it. You see here already the avocado, aguacate, how they call them. This was from our green garden. Yeah, this was the Secretary of Agriculture, Laura, and with Laura we worked very, very good. Laura visited different communities to see what we had done. This is Luz. She was one of my favorite community leader. This is the normal way of transportation. Bipante it's called. Another family garden. Yeah, sunset in La Mosquitia. That was it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This interesting presentation already has a question.
Thanks a lot. Very interesting to see all the impressions. Just, I may have missed a bit. What are the main climate change challenges in this area? Is it the increased flooding or the increased drought or the combination? And how does the different very beautiful gardens that you send up tackle that problems of climate change potentially?
Actually, it's both. In these years when I was there, first when we started, there was Eta Jota, two thunders, how do you call it? Hurricanes, two hurricanes flooding the whole area. Afterwards, there was rain. The next year, there was rain, more or less rain expected. The next year, there was no rain. People couldn't sow if they sowed. Yeah? Plants couldn't grow, and so on. So what we did also, and I didn't tell it, normally the people sow rice in December and beans in April. And it's just like this, and you couldn't change them. So we started with some innovative people and said, well, why don't you sow in September, for example? And they started to do it, and a lot of them got two crops instead of one. And it's also a method to measure to minimize the risk. But the main minimizing was this rows. Normally the people just took the trees away, slash and burn, and then they sow like this. Yeah. So if this is very, very ineffective. And we told them to make rows and to make this rows like this, like we do it with potatoes. Heaps, yeah. This has two effects. If it's too much rain, so the water will go away, and if it's less rain, so it will keep some humidity in the soil. And a third thing we did, and we did it for the family gardens, was this water and sanitation, and they used the water too for irrigating their gardens. And I want to emphasize this water and sanitation is not coming with a truck and making a big hole. This is by hand. People create their own system, and they go by hand in the soil, and they go up to 60 meters. And there are people now, there are 30 young men and women in La Mosquitia trained in this kind of technique, and they got their equipment, and they work as micro-empresarios. Yeah, okay.
Yes, those two more questions.
Thank you. First of all, your English is really good. My question was regarding that, considering the history that you mentioned about the US involvement, the military, and the drug trafficking, etc. was it difficult initially when you started gaining the trust of the local people, and was it like a process gaining their trust and then then starting to work with them, or was it difficult or was it easy, or and how was that process?
It was very difficult. It was very difficult to get the trust of the people and to get the trust of the drug traffickers. You need the trust of both of them. Getting the trust of the people was was made quite easy because we used mosquitoes. If I would have gone there, they would have said, well, it's just another of these lies. People come and tell us things, and then they sit in the capital and they forget about us. So it was the clue for this was local people, using the local people, a lot of them from the different communities, but with an engineer in agroforestry. Even we got a school professor. She was one of the best. She was a school teacher, but she learned what she had to learn. But it was important to have them as cultural brokers. With the truck traffickers, we had to make some special agreement beneath the table, you could say. For example, I never made a treatment directly with them because I was the director of the project, so I always had my people to talk to them. And as my predecessor, but this is off records, my predecessor. Please let us in peace, and it worked.
Very interesting. One last question, I think. Or
Well, thank you very much. Okay, I agree with him. Your English is very nice. So. So you told us about the difficulties in entering the area of the mosquitoes. I want to know how they are influenced in terms of feeding from the outside, and also if there is a commercial exchange with their products, or is all for self-consumption. The first question is really if how the mosquitoes area is influenced from the outside in terms of feeding, because you told us they have their own production, agricultural production, but I don't know if they import the food from the outside.
Yeah, they import rice. The mosquitoes eat rice. The rest of Honduras eat maize, and they eat rice. But they had to import a lot of rice from the mainland. I always call it mainland, but mosquito is not an island, but it's an island. Okay, so they had to import it. Therefore, one of our aims was to improve production in order that they don't have to buy it and maybe have some surplus to sell in the local market, which is Puerto Lempira. And we succeeded there, at least to some degree. And the other question was? It's difficult. In this market hall, people sell some rice, some beans, some bananas if they have some, but there are special products you can get only in La Mosquitia, and it's called it's an oil from a palm, it's an American palm. It's a local American palm called Batana. Maybe you know it, Batana. No? Batana is a very, very powerful oil for cosmetic, and there was a buyer in Canada, but they got bankrupt. So we had to find another buyer, and we found them in the United States. We found a buyer. Now with Trump, maybe they had to to pay us tariffs. Yeah, but anyway, there is this chain. But these are very, very special products. We tried to make some chains to Islas de Bahia, Roatán, Guanaja, but it's difficult. It's quite difficult because of the transportation and the contacts, of course.
Okay, thank you very much. And okay, next we will have Onno Müller as speaker. He is also from the Forschungszentrum Jülich, so the Research Center Jülich. He focuses on understanding how plants respond to their environment with novel sensors and positioning systems for non-invasive measurements.
Thank you very much. Pleasure to be here. And indeed, environment and sustainable food systems today. Previous session, everywhere is social anthropology. I will talk about plants and agrivoltaics, and I don't know if I have to do something for my presentation, but I think they're working on it. But that's also, of course, related to acceptance of agrivoltaics. Do you want to have a solar panel in your backyard? Do you want to have solar panels everywhere? Do you want to combine it with agriculture? And that's where my talk will be about, combining agriculture with agrivoltaics. And I will focus specifically on actually what happens to these plants if they grow in such a different environment. That is this environmental conference that I thought I can talk about it here. So how do plants acclimate and adaptate actually to growth conditions under agrivoltaics? It's not only my work, but the work of a lot of people like Christina nicely introduced already in Forschungszentrum Jülich. This one you saw from Christina also, but to see we're in a beautiful green world where borders are not also visible from above, just like the Cocoa River before. But you can see actually where we're working from this region. You see, if now I put the red circle, but if you don't see the red circle, you see that little white dot, because there's this gigantic mine with also its influences on the climate and on the environment. Digging up, if you think the CO2 increases we have over the time, the fossil fuels, that is well known, also some debated, but that's the temperature claims. So we're looking for alternative energy sources, renewables, agrivoltaics one. This Christina already showed us. Our Forschungszentrum is a former nuclear research station, hence located in the middle of a forest that you see in the little red area, a former pretty wet area left over. They say here you can build a Forschungszentrum. And similarly here, they said you can build an agrivoltaics park for the coming 50 years, because as you see this mine, the middle of the mine is here, and they're moving to the landscape. Actually, this area would have disappeared in the mine as well, so we would have 15 years time by the owner to do a project showing, demonstrating agrivoltaics, but the government decided we will stop, so actually, who knows, for the coming 20, 50 years, we'll be doing agrivoltaics research here. So some introduction. Agrivoltaics is called the Agri-Food and Energy Park, but it is more than only photovoltaics. Here you see another picture from what Christina said. We built different demonstrators, different types, because in North Rhine-Westphalia we were the first building an agrivoltaics park. An image on the right side that shows it in an image way. And I don't know if you can see, but there's one missing part, because agrivoltaics is not only collecting the solar power that you can see is installed here, but it also enables to collect the water. This part, that's actually the part that we still have to install, because you don't see any water tank here. But this brings in the changing climate also advantages. If you can redistribute the water over the season, also in Germany we have drought periods, that would bring an additional advantage. But the big influence, of course, of these panels, placing them above crops, is what visualized here, is that they shade the crops. And crops here in Germany especially, they like sun. We are in the northern region, you will also agrivoltaics, they get a little bit sunlight. Now in winter, they're not so much productive. We don't grow plants in winter, it's temperature, but it's also the sunlight. So that's something where we have to look, how much space do you put in between them? This is, you see there's a lot of spacing in between the panels to allow a lot enough sunlight through to grow the crops underneath. Another more specific description of what we have in the different systems. So 4 different systems in about a 2-hectare area, and that the systems do what you see here on the middle picture in the time lapse. They create a variation in light over the soil. Not a constant shading as all, but the light, when the sun is moving, you have different shade at different times of the year. This is an artificial system, and also this is triggered me from a plant. I'm a plant physiologist, ecophysiologist from background. How do plants respond to these changes? How can they acclimate or adapt to it? It's different from a forest. It has some similarities for undergrowth in a forest. Agroforestry, we learn a lot from that, because a plant in agroforestry also shades the crops underneath it, or the intercropping that we were introduced to in middle of mid-Asia. These are parts that have resemblance systems, but so we can learn from that, and now we apply it in this system. We want to look at dynamics, because it's dynamically changing. So being in Enforcement Center in Jülich, having the possibilities, we also, what you see here, make use of this structure that we built there. And we have sensor platforms moving automatically to capture these light changes over time, as well as measure at the same time. So we are there on the spot to measure how does these plants change. It's not only measurements. I will come to the last part of my talk. I will give you examples of the plant physiology changes, but it's also social anthropology. It's the outreach. We have to show what are these, or we have the opportunity to show what does this agrophotovoltaics bring. Do we show the best system? No. This is installed in 21. It is one example. Agriphotovoltaics is not so far developed yet that we can say like, oh, this is the best system that is there. There are many systems out there, and we have chosen to build 4 systems. 2 systems south-facing in the front with covers in between. 2 systems together with Fraunhofer in the back that are tracking the sunlight from east to west with a lot of structure. Together with RWA, we have a complementary system for 3 more systems to demonstrate for large agricultural scaling. Interestingly, and I think also showing the importance of it, it attracts a lot of attention. We have about 1,000 to 2,000 people visiting over the last 2 years, and especially also 1/3 of that is the farmers of the region who want to know, or skeptical, rightfully, but from us they get a feedback. Look, this is how the plants grow. They don't grow, or they grow, or this you must consider. Yes, we used a lot of steel to install this system. Is it worth it, or can you make a more simple system? Yes, that's possible in some cases, and they're existing already. So that's why it's an agri-food energy in Bergwald. You're free to visit, or we have open days once, twice a year. Feel free to come by. Now the plant part. What do these panels do? It has been described already, and it's the same as agroforestry. These panels, they shade, they cover from light and sun and rainfall, so you create a different microclimate under, but also in between the panels. This microclimate is also very different depending if we have a wet year or rain conditions compared to dry conditions. In wet year, it may be nice to have a little bit drier soil underneath it. In a dry year, it may actually nice to have a little bit shading where the water content in the water is less evapotranspiration. So that it's not only light that is changing, keep that in mind. But what is changing, what we can measure, is if we look at a light response, we know actually quite a lot from plant physiology. I took this example, as maybe some of you know it, as a very classical example. What do we look at if we talk about acclimation and adaptation? Acclimation, the classical example, what you see on the x-axis is light conditions, and on the y-axis is a parameter I like to measure a lot, is photosynthesis. And basically photosynthesis, when you grow a plant in the shade, and then you measure it, also as you measure it on the highlight conditions, it doesn't get more photosynthesis. That's the maximum. If you grow a plant on the highlight conditions, these plants, the open signals, they were grown in the sun, then these plants can get a high photosynthesis. So this is an acclimation. You grow the plant in a certain condition, and it responds to that, but it doesn't change anymore. The same way is that if you have grown the plants under the same light conditions, say 290 micromole, say a normal room, but these plants are from different origins. Genetically, they're coded. They are plants that are grown always in the shade. And whatever you do under what light conditions, they don't get higher photosynthesis. There are plants like an oleander, you may know it, these nice pink flowers. They are grown in the sunlight mostly. And they are genetically fixed that how much, depending on the same light conditions, how much photosynthesis they can get. So that's acclimation and adaptation. And can we play with that on the agrophotovoltaics? Can we grow a plant that is known to change quickly to light conditions? Would that be a good plant to grow on the agrophotovoltaic systems? Or do you need a plant that is adapted to a medium light condition, takes its losses, or do we do one that is adapted to high light conditions? These are questions we would like to answer. This goes through a history of 20 years of plant physiological ecology, where I put the books on the right side, where I liked it because it was my teacher, Hans Lambers, when I was a student. 10 years later, he put another book out. Then I was end of PhD students, now postdoc, they put the third book out. I'm waiting for the next one, 29, to follow my history. But I can recommend this book if you want to read up on plant ecophysiology. Plant ecophysiology in other terminologies, or in a more technical way, is what we call field phenotyping. How do we quantify the genetic change of plants in response to the environment? How does the gene and environment, which result in the phenotype, how does it look like? And can we quantify that? And that's what we developed, Christina showed it already, in Jülich over the last 20 years as well. We have a lot of methods to quantify that. And that's what I also would like to use in this agrophotovoltaic system. I showed you already a rail moving, and that's alongside, that's just a positioning system. Similar positioning systems, you see what we have above here, and that we're also using agrophotovoltaic systems. And the whole concept in field phenotyping is what we all have actually in common. It doesn't matter what kind of trait. Either it is intercropping matter flow, it is different crop gardens of social societies. We all want to quantify a trait. That's what we do as well. We need a kind of sensor, whether there's an interview, it doesn't matter. We use different sensors that can measure, in this case, a lot of photosynthesis sensors. These sensors have to be on the right spot, on the right time. If you are in winter in an agroforestry system, nothing will be growing there anyhow. So what about the alfalfa? It doesn't make sense to measure that. So you must be positioning on the right timing, or over enough time points. In the right experiments, we have to make a choice sometimes. Some people choose to measure apricots. Good, you make a choice for apricots. That's a good choice to quantify it. And then, often forgotten, and still, I must say, we are not so good at it. But quantifying the environment, that was also my question to climate change. It is so variable to have a good number. We don't have the difficulty of nowadays. Climate is changing more and more, getting more hectic or changeable. But we must give a number to that. We must know, how does the climate change? How do plants respond to that? So we don't only have to measure plants, we're pretty good at it, but we also must measure the environment. That's the concept of field phenotyping. And to show off a little bit, at least others say it, in terms of photosynthesis, phenotypic photosynthesis, yes, that's what we can do pretty well over the last years. And that's luckily others wrote it, but the paper we wrote, but luckily others wrote, like, I thought this title was a bit too ambitious from Samuel. I don't know him. He said, phenotyping photosynthesis, yes, we can. I think we still can do a lot better, but just as keep in mind, photosynthesis, if you talk to, come by us if you want to know more about it. That's in Jülich, in Germany, and I'm very happy that it doesn't stay in Jülich, and that we're also here. And that, for example, also the agrivoltaic installation is not only one demonstration park in Jülich, but in the same time, we also built a bit smaller, but we also built a demonstrator in Nigeria that you see here. And you don't have to look at all the grass, but we grow together with Uchenna plants on it. And to highlight one data point, this is 4 to 9 weeks after planting, and consistently the leaf temperature was measured. And I point out the leaf temperature, not to look only at the light, because of course if you have less light or more humidity, this leaf temperature also responds to that. And you clearly see that also. If you look at the triangles, that is the north-facing part, that's the middle. Here in this open part, leaf temperatures were the highest. Under the panels, on the west or the east side here, there were the lowest temperatures, and the west side a little bit higher. Just to indicate temperature, where we wouldn't think of it directly, we see light changes, but temperature also at the leaf temperature level is influenced by this agrivoltaics, and of course in the end will have its effect on yield. This is the directive plans of agrivoltaics on plants, but plants can also have an effect on the panels. How? Because these panels are receiving normally light from above, but these are bifacial panels. That means that they also have the solar cells receiving the light from the bottom to produce electricity. That's the typical solar cells we install there. So they're called bifacial. That means that everything that's happening on the soil has an effect on the planet, on the solar panels as well. So we thought, well, you can play with that. Yeah? We thought about it already quite a bit earlier, that you can have yellow plants, a lot of reflection, going back to the solar panels, or green plants, no reflection. We thought about it, that's why you see this world picture in a very large perspective. If you think about the areas, and it's indicated here by these colors, where soybeans are grown, if you would replace them by yellow ones, it would have an effect on the albedo, actually on the global temperatures. So that's another scale that we're thinking. So I'm happy, let's put it more realistic. Let's see what happens on the solar panels. Can we calculate the difference if we would grow yellow or green soybeans on the solar panels? We could say something about it if there wouldn't be so many weeds. So sorry, first year a little bit too many weeds. I don't have a number on the electric yield, but I do have numbers and some data on the plant yield. How do the plants actually respond to these different light conditions? Is the yellow or green plant responding the same? And that you see here, color coding not so nice, but the gray symbols are the green plants and the green symbols are the yellow plants, to make it confusing. And you see there's a large difference. There's a large difference in what? In non-photochemical quenching. Non-photochemical quenching is one of these photosynthesis parameters, and it says that green plants, they harvest a lot of light. Often there's too much light, so they have to get rid of this energy. Non-photochemical means the photochemistry, your photosynthesis is not working, and we have to get rid of it. Yellow plants, they reflect a lot of light, and at the same time, interestingly, they have a less non-photochemical quenching, because a lot of reflection, less components needed to process all this excess light. What you see also interesting, there is a gradient. Plants were grown there under the panels, in between the panels, or in a control area. And there, these different light environments, these yellow plants also responded to that in non-photochemical quenching. Maybe a little bit too detailed, but doesn't matter. I take one step back, big step, and it is what you may want to know, what is actually the yield? Onno, you can talk about all these mechanisms, and I try to understand these mechanisms, to try to understand the yield, but in the end, it's about yield. Yield in green soybean, yield in yellow plants. Let's look at the seeds per plant and the yield per plant. You see that actually in control areas, it doesn't matter so much if you have a green or a yellow plant, they produce the same yield, about 9 gram per plant of soybeans. And you see the difference, and that's where it gets fuzzy, where it gets difficult. In control areas, you have a high yield, a little bit in the shade. This was a pretty dry year, so actually the green plants, they benefited from growing under these panels. They had a bit higher yield there. So in the high sunlight, it was getting very dry. On the panels, it was a bit less dry. That's our hypothesis. They could increase the yield a little bit. But dry and shade for yellow plants, nope, didn't work out. Here you see the yield. You didn't have any increase in yield. So under the panel, these yellow plants didn't work. The numbers of electricity, I still have to find out. If it increases a lot of electricity, maybe this loss of yield of plants may be worth it, but that we have to see. This is a further specification of actually what happened to the plants, why they didn't respond. We see here a lot of wavelengths. What is the reflectance of plants? On the x-axis, the reflectance. On the y-axis, the different spectral compositions. And what you see here, again, also yellow plants. They respond very dynamically to different shade conditions. Green plants said, we don't care, we are green. We harvest all the light, we have everything in place. But yellow plants, interesting, hey, when there's no light, when there's growing really in the shade under the panels, well, then maybe we should reflect less. And that's what you see here happening. Gray lines are reflecting less than plants in the sun. Less light, we need to reflect less, otherwise we cannot grow anymore. That's the interpretation that we have here. So that was a short dive into some photosynthesis, detailed photosynthesis, also a link to yield, because that's what we want to do. We want to understand mechanisms to explain the yield, and in this case, in an agrophotovoltaic system. We have a lot of tools available. I didn't show any actual tools in this context. So maybe one more, just to end up. What you see here in the middle, a positioning system, a field deer. This is just a robotic system, which we can autonomously move. I have a robotic engineer who can really do that also. And we mounted a 3D sensor on here. And how does that look like? Well, that looks as follows. This is, well, you can place this also on the Agriphotovoltaics. And from that, from a 3D sensor, you can get a full 3D image of the leaves. And then the question starts with this information, we can ask, like, oh, how does these leaves respond? And how much can we get as photosynthesis at the canopy level? And are these responses of leaves actually relevant? Do plants that change their leaf angle over time, would that be a benefit under these solar panels? Or is it more easy to keep plants fixed over time? So a lot of questions arising from this interesting system of agrivoltaics. And with that, I would like to leave you and thank you for your attention. I'm not finished yet. There are a lot of extra work done. As I said here, along the A44, if you may drive here. This is a collaboration with RWE. They also decided to build a small area into agrivoltaics. If you look from this side, you see also it's an energy company. So they placed them really close together, where we may come to a conclusion, yeah, how much agriculture can still happen there. We are looking, if you want to further into transparencies, rather than having a silicon glass-plated foil, you can also print solar panels on transparent foils and have a transparency. A project we're doing. Christina, full of it, and we are just, this drawing, we just came to the conclusion that we're just completing this. This is our institute in front of it. Here is the south, and we notice a small error on the drawing. Solar panels should face south. So just yesterday we turned them all around. Small error. Look carefully at drawings. Don't trust me when I say. We have further projects where we look not only on the, we try to look on the plant growth under panels by drones. And of course, it's not only in Germany. I said already Nigeria, Italy. You can find us everywhere. So happy if you're interested in agrivoltaics, plant phenotyping, plant photosynthesis. Happy to talk to you further. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. And we have time for one or two questions. And the first hand I already saw there.
Well, thank you very much for your very impressive presentation. Thank you. And given that you have all that structure with robots and platforms over the plantation, have you considered to install some active light radiation LEDs under the panels to compensate the lack of sunlight, or maybe installing them but activating during the night, during the dark phase of photosynthesis, in order to reset the hormone production of the plant? Thank you.
Yeah, I'm aware of this technique, and actually for some crops, this resetting is especially interesting. If you want, for example, cassava to induce flowering in a breeder's world, that's one of the examples where it may be relevant. These are very specific cases. RWE made a system here where it's completely dark, and they said also, oh, then we can put LEDs on it. I have been a bit hesitant on that, because then you are also in direct competition with the electricity produced. So we tend to say that, well, keep more space between the panels, because our standards, it's agriculture. And so if there's a direct benefit for the crops, yes, it may be, but in practice, what it's a little bit used as an excuse by RWE in this case. Yeah, we can put LEDs on it. It's so dark. We put so many panels. But so I'm careful. So our first statement is keep enough space to grow plants. Don't compensate with LEDs. But I see some niche areas where this can be used to stimulate plant growth. But as a standard statement, we kind of say, well, be careful there. Don't do it directly. Yeah.
Thank you. One more question, potentially. Yes?
With increased weather changes, how sensitive is this to hailstorms? I remember an experiment in the research center in Ispra.
Yes, It's well, the whole system in our case, why do we have so much steel? That's not hill, but that storm. First, the storm. It's so heavy, calculated that it cannot. But it's also needed because these panels they are big sails. So a storm comes, and you have you really must calculate how much force there comes on these panels. So it's not. It has to be accounted. You cannot just build a light PV system. Then the hill part. It's it's glass panels. If you have the stones, as you mentioned, that happened in Italy 2 years ago, I think already last year, the storm. They are not tested for that. I don't know what would happen under this under these panels change. Then foil, but also foil may not survive. So open. We can. There's a few alternatives. If you think about the tracking options. They are and vertical panels. These are of course systems that are less impacted because horizontal the impact is large, but a vertical panel the impact of hill in that case is less, and that's also one of the systems that's one of the systems. Actually, vertical panels is increasing quite a lot now in agricultural landscapes.
Thank you. Well, that was a very interesting presentation. Thank you very much. I think. We can ask further questions during our coffee break, which you probably hear me say this a lot today, we will shorten, but that's why we had such long coffee breaks. So we'll have a 10-minute shortened coffee break, and we'll see each other back soon.
Thank you.
Okay. Ah, ja. Do you know where Harley is?
Hardly know.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I haven't seen it.
Well, can you help me get people back?
Yes.
Chicos, ya regresamos. Y a la excursión los va a llevar Ali, quien está... ¿Conocen a Ali? El señor en la chaqueta. Ya, él los va a llevar también a Wesel. Y de Wesel pueden tomar un tren. Después de la excursión. Ajá. Entonces, veremos. Aún necesitamos más carros, pero...
Eventuell könnte noch Auto tauschen, aber dein Vater ist gerade mit dem anderen Zug.
Ah, ja.
Der Transporter, den die haben, die Reifen sind total los.
Okay. ¿Me subes? Gracias. Okay, everyone, we'll continue. Okay, so let's head back. Okay, I still see some stragglers, but I think we can start soon. Okay. So we have our next talk by Yahia Gumaa, and they're a PhD student at TU Dresden's Institute of International Forestry and Forest Products. They hold a bachelor's and master's in forestry from the University of Khartoum, and going to present a bit about promoting local food system sustainability in Butambala district, Uganda. I hope I didn't butcher any of those pronunciations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. Yeah, it is my pleasure that I am here today to present my project. I am a guest researcher at Rheinland University of Applied Sciences, and I work 24 years at University of Khartoum in Sudan. I am a professor of socioeconomic in natural resource management. I got a Philippine Part Initiatives Fellowship after the war started in Sudan, and I came to Rheinland to continue my career development. So, my research project is on promoting local food system sustainability in Butambala district, Uganda. Yes? Okay, I will use this one here. So, First, let me talk about the general context. As we know, Butambala district is in central Uganda, and it is in the central region with the fertile soil. It is just near Lake Victoria, and it is also a rural area where agriculture is a backbone of local economic and source of livelihood. The significance also of agriculture in Uganda, including Butambala district, is mainly for subsistence, and that practices by smallholder farmers, growing crops like maize, beans, cassava, sweet potato, bananas, and alongside with livestock farming. And the agriculture crops in Butambala district used for local consumption, as well as it reaches the regional markets in East Africa and used for livelihood for thousands of inhabitants. Local food system in Butambala is very important for ensuring food security, economic stability, and cultural continuity. And this also support people with the nutrients crop and supports the local economics and also enhance the food sovereignty as they producing and depending on the local foods. The core issue of food system sustainability in Butambala district is declining of environmental health, vulnerability of agriculture practices that threaten food security, economics, stability along with the sustainability. And this is coming from the challenges that is contributing to this issue, like unsustainable farming practices, climate change impacts, and land degradation and limited access to resources. The objective of my project, just I want to look into to what extent the local food system contribute to food and nutrition security, social and economic and environmental sustainability. And also to look in factors that driving the sustainability, that including internal and external factors and how they related to each other. And finally, to recommend the policy aspect or issues to overcome the constraints and to stimulate the main stakeholders, farmers and enterprises, and the governmental institution to contribute more to better local food system sustainability. This is a conceptual framework that I will use. You can see environmental drivers like climate change, water, biodiversity, land, the soil, and in the upper part there is a socio-economic drivers including market, policies, science, technology, social organization, and individual factors. And when you see to this here, function of food system from production coming to processing, packing, distribution, and here distribution and consumption and waste management. And this is contribute to sustainable land local food systems. That is have like feedbacks to the value chain actors, and finally the outcome of local food systems, that is food and nutrition security, social, economic, and environmental sustainability. Yeah, this is a description where this study area found. You can see Africa here, and it is very small country, block with no any access to sea. It is in the central East Africa, and this, when you can see the map of Uganda, you can see that red color, that is Butambala district. And I will, my research in Butambala district will collect the data from two sub-districts in the district, two sub-districts, and the selection of these two areas is based on the geographical location in terms of distance from the main Kampala, the capital city, where also this distance, one area is near to the Kampala city, and that is very easy to transport the production to Kampala, and the other is far away. I want, just to see how the food system in these two areas. And the two areas, they have these traditional crops, like include coffee, beans, cassava, ginger, and groundnuts. And also there is major crops, includes the cash crop, plus sugarcane, banana, and maize. The data collection, the two types of data, qualitative and quantitative data, that will be collected using participatory approaches like surveys, key informant interviews, and group discussion and direct observation. And the data will be collected of different indicators of food system. Now, these indicators is coming from the literature, because in food systems, the majority of the papers that I come across, it is describing the methodology and some indicators, and I collect the indicators to test on the ground, and then I will adopt it, which is work on the ground. Yeah. And here, when I select the indicator, there is a dimension. There is a food and nutrition security dimension, and the social dimension, and the economic dimension and environmental dimension, and the components of this dimension, and so the indicator selection. And the indicator is, as I told you, it is from the literature, and totally 46 food system sustainability indicators were selected for the 4 dimension, 12 for food and nutrition security dimension, 15 for social dimension, 5 for economic dimension, and finally 14 for environmental dimension. The data analysis tools, the quantitative will be used using SPS software or Statistica. And the qualitative data will be processed, narrative, and summarized through context analysis and using this software. Then, this project will add knowledge on local food system and how sustainability will be maintained or improved through the main stakeholders and actors. Also, it supports the future policies that enable local communities and districts and policymakers at local level, national level, to adopt more successfully sustainable food, local food system. I expected also a number of publications and conference presentation, PSCC, master thesis, lecture materials and policy briefs, as well as new research network and project proposal can be extracted. And finally, the project also, as I work in Uganda or in East Africa in general, will strengthen academic collaboration between Rheinval and its partners in Uganda and in East Africa. That is, I am acknowledgement to Rheinval for hosting me and the Faculty of Life Science and Sustainable Food System and Alexander Humboldt Foundation as of financing my fellowship. Finally, then thank you.
Hello, thank you. Could you elaborate a bit more on the parameters and the data that you're collecting, and in which way are they analyzed and to what ends? What would be the output of those indicators?
Thank you very much. Until now, just I am preparing the final drafting of the survey tools, and I am looking also for the master student or BSc student to start the data collection. I did nothing till now.
Thank you. There's another question.
Thank you very much. I would like to ask my colleague, Professor Yahia, what are the main reasons behind selecting Uganda? Although the objectives are more or less more fitting to Sudan, and I know that Sudan is under very terrible war conditions, but this will be very useful and benefit if you take comparison in Sudan between secured regions and non-secured, which are under wars now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think there is one reason regarding to the insecurity of Sudan right now. That is, but the main reasons behind selecting Uganda, selecting Butambala district, is that Butambala district is influenced by the climate change, and also it is really small scale farming system in East Africa, and also there is a diversification of production in one unit of area. That is will give me more chances to select some agriculture crops there, and then to see why maybe you can see some people producing more production or more crop within one area and some less. That is like to know some socio-economic aspect behind. That is why I select Butambala district. And finally, I have also one master student. She is a Ugandan lady. She's a lecturer in one of the Ugandan university. She did her master with me in Khartoum, and also I learned a lot from Butambala, how the situation is.
there was another question, I think. Yes? Or did I miss anyone?
Thank you for that presentation. I'm interested in your expectations towards what might be not sustainable factors or sustainable factors in that case. I mean, as researchers, we should be very open for the results, but maybe already have some perceptions what will be the results.
So my results will focus on the dimensions of food system sustainability. You have food security and nutrition, food and nutrition security. This is a dimension. It have a lot of indicators. Then, when you collect the data and analyze it, you can put also the reference. I have the reference from the FAO. There is a reference. Although this reference is for the national level, so that we want to create also one reference at the local level, depending on this participatory approach. How people, the perception of people, how the sustainability is. What is the limit of the sustainability? It is behind sustainability, and that is will give us that to check the figures that is you can find it on the FAO reports on the national level, and then I will come to the other dimension. That is the social dimension. It have like 12 indicators, and then I analyze them, collect data on them, and then analyze them, and then I will show to what extent this social dimension is far from sustainability. Is it sustainable or not sustainable, and why it is sustainable? That is what I am looking behind here.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Well, thank you very much then. Oh. Our next speaker before we finally go into lunch, or maybe we'll make it a democratic decision who wants to have lunch right now. Or is that okay if we have lunch right now? Okay. So who wants to have lunch right now and then more talks later? Or talks now and lunch later? Okay, then Katie Meinhold. She is now a doctor, and she focuses on the sustainable commercialization of non-timber forest products. She used to be at Hochschule Rhein-Waal and is now at Hochschule Rhein-Stephan-Triesdorf. And she'll talk a bit.
Thank you, Magdalena. I'm still kind of with Rhein-Waal as well, just on unpaid leave, so we'll see. We'll see what happens in the future. Yes, first of all, I have to say that I'm presenting on behalf of someone, my colleague Maria, who can't be here today. So it's her master thesis project looking at the Peru value chain in Brazil. So we already heard something a little bit about Brazil yesterday for the people who were there with Lucas's presentation. So Maria is also facilitated with the Ecosipass project, which I'm coordinating. So I hope I know most of the information that's coming on the next slides. So yeah, the project was about looking at the Peru value chain in the Cerrado region in Brazil. And the Cerrado is a very special biome in Brazil. I don't know if you've heard about it or not. It's the second largest biome next after the Amazon, and it's often, you know, the Amazon everyone knows on the whole planet. The Cerrado, not so much. And actually, there's a lot more going on in the Cerrado right now detrimental into the environment than in the Amazon, perhaps. So, I mean, you might hear, if you hear the news, deforestation rates in the Amazon are in the news worldwide. The Cerrado now kind of is in the state that the deforestation rates are going up dramatically as the deforestation rates in the Amazon go down. So it's kind of, this is happening, attention is more on the Amazon, but in the Cerrado region, there's a lot of deforestation, mainly because of agricultural expansion. About half of the biome is already destroyed or has been transformed, and this is already having effects. So the main importance of the Cerrado is it's a water cradle of, well, Brazil a lot, but also the South America a lot. So that's where the aquifers, the groundwater is being recharged. And the deforestation, this is already having effects. So as one part of a solution, we're looking at, well, in the overall project at silvopastoral systems, looking at also including indigenous trees. So one focus point in the project is looking at the non-timber forest products. Often in these silvopastoral systems where these trees are located, which are more sustainable alternative than the big large-scale soy or eucalyptus plantations we often find in the Cerrado. And we, in this particular region of the Cerrado, we are really focusing on the baru nut, where you can see the picture here, because it's super interesting. So it's very interesting from a nutritional point of view with different minerals and the fatty acid composition. And it's generally seen as an environmentally sustainable solution, production practice for livelihoods to generate income. Now, what we wanted to look at, or Maria wanted to look at in depth, is what are the current dynamics of the value chain of baru? How does it look like right now, in order to then derive what could be improved? Is it a sustainable practice? Does it contribute to income, opportunity? Who are the different actors involved? How is this whole chain organized? Who profits? Do people profit at all? Etc. What are main challenges, and how can it become better? So to the methodology and framework used, we based it on value chain analysis. Value chain being the set of activities, how a product is transformed from production to consumption. And it's a basic framework to be used to assess the actors, who are the actors involved, the products involved. And we had a special focus because there's a lot of qualitative data already been made on baru, but we also wanted to really look at, is it possible to get also data on costs and prices and see how much it actually contributes to income. So we had 3 different methods in place. So we did the first step was a survey among different actors of the value chain. So it was possible to interview 26 value chain actors. Lucas here was also part of that, so in case there's any questions about the field work, I'm happy to have him here as well. So it was kind of snowball sampling to find these value chain actors in the field. Down at the bottom you see who we found. So we had collectors, we had processors, we had traders, middlemen, and there was also, we could differentiate between formal and informal commercialization. One point to highlight here as well, some people were more eager to share information than others, so particularly at the trader middleman, it was only possible to interview one, even though they are probably more in the area, but it's just tricky. When it comes to prices and costs, it often gets tricky to get information. With that, it was possible then to calculate the value added at the different steps of the value chain, and also the profitability. And finally, secondly, there's also a lot of interesting secondary data in Brazil about non-timber forest products. So, and also interesting policy. So there's CONAB, there's an agency in Brazil also calculating what should be the ideal minimum price and what are typical production costs which should be taken into account. Background to this is Brazil has very interesting policies in terms of non-timber forest products to support small-scale farmers. So if, for example, if they don't are not able to sell at this minimum price, they can get a top up from the state, from this authority basically. So that's why we wanted to compare our results also with the national statistic data. And then finally, besides the quantitative data, we also want to understand more about the challenges and opportunities as seen by the different value chain actors and surrounding environment as well. So where there were further interviews recharge. Okay, first of all, this is an overview of the different value chain actors. And this, you don't have to really look at it in detail. It's just to show that there's not just one person doing one thing. Especially at the beginning of the value chain, there are people who collect fruit, there are people who collect and crack, there are people who maybe just crack and transport. So there's different groups. So that makes some things a little bit more complicated. Yeah. But overall, we have the at the first stage we have the collectors, where some also are involved in processing, in cracking the nut. Yeah. There's also there's one enterprise already in starting cultivating baru trees. So not just wild collection or from farms, but actually starting a cultivation. So the fruit then is often, there's a private exporter, there's one enterprise already really exporting to the US, so it often goes there, or to a middleman who can acquire quite a lot. And then it goes into the processors, which can be various. There'll be a lot of local processors, there's a cooperative involved, there's national and international processors, depending on the different markets which are targeted. The nut is then also roasted, and that mainly then goes into the formal markets, like into the currently US markets and Switzerland. It's sold on national markets as well, and in regional market arenas. This region is often a bit touristy as well, so there are some very formal markets locally as well. So yeah, it ends at various level at various consumers. Coming to the quantitative data, the information on the costs and prices. So this is the price these different groups, value chain actors, typically receive for a kilogram of the nut. So the fruit collector, if it's just people just collecting fruit, they get really, really little. So 14 reais per kilo. They get a little bit more if they do additional activities like processing or trading, etc. But it's still around 30 to 35 reais, which we have to keep in mind. There are people who are more at the end, like the cooperative, the private exporter, the local seller. They can sell for a lot higher prices. The amount of nuts sold by these categories, but the value chain actors, there you can also see that there are basically three guys who where most of the nuts go. So it's a cooperative. Oh, you can't somehow that has changed, but the 1,000 kilograms per month is a cooperative. The private exporter around 6,600, and the middleman 7,500 kilograms per month. So these are the guys in this region that really dominate the market, and probably also have the higher power to really shape also the dynamics in the system. Coming to the margins, this need to explain a little bit. So for the fruit collectors, it depends how you look at things. So we did different, or Maria did different calculations depending on how do we attribute for labor. Because the trees are in the wild, it's just the time you go and collect the fruit. So if you don't calculate in labor cost, it's 100% profit. However, if you calculate in the minimum wage in Brazil, there's basically no profitability. And that changes a bit, it gets a bit better if further along the value chain, so there's generally more profitability there. But just to show especially for the people in the beginning of the chain, it can be very tricky depending how you see it. Do you see it as it's a side activity, they can do it anyhow, or do you see it really as like a job, like a work to earn money? So coming to now the data from the Brazilian government, here the minimum price for Baru, and it changes a bit every year, but for last year when we were also in the region, it was 35 reais per kilo, which is above, I mean, if you remember before, so the collector just got 14 reais per kilo. And also the people who did some processing, they got like 32. So the minimum price, actually the government says it should be higher. They're not getting enough. So the people could apply for this difference, this extra, but actually one question in the questionnaire was also, they did not know about this policy at all on the collector level. Another interesting thing is with also the costs that CONAP actually calculated for producing the nut was in 23 calculated around 44 reais, which is, just to compare costs and prices, higher than the actual price. So the costs are higher than the price, which is, we're not sure, so why does this authority do this? It's two separate calculations, it just came out that way. But it also, does that really make sense? That's a bit the question here. Finally looking at the qualitative data, the challenges were mainly seen that dynamics, the varying prices in the region, the varying demand and also supply, because the Baru tree is very fluctuating from year to year, how much it produces. The support organizations mention mainly certification and legal trouble. For example, the EU market cannot be accessed yet. They mentioned that. But at the other side of the chain, the collectors mentioned mainly the physical burden being the main challenge. It's a hard work and, well, they don't get very much money for it. So that's also reflected here. So 2/3 of the value chain actors actually thought, the value chain is relatively fair. But 1/3, it's not very fair, and this 1/3 is more in towards the collectors and primary processor side. They thought there are institutions that are supporting this industry, but especially people are still yet not aware. So this PGPMBU program, that is a policy I mentioned, that people could get more money. There's no awareness for this program in the region. So looking further, so it's kind of, some people stated, we should just leave it like it is, it's a little bonus, it's fine. But also, mainly the institutions also said, no, there's a lot of more potential, especially if we're accessing further international markets. So coming to the conclusions, I mean, there are opportunities, that it does create income, for people, very vulnerable people. However, not very much. We really have to think at the power imbalances of who are the people involved. It is a really nutritious ingredient, so that we also have to think, where should it go? Should it stay in the region? And how much do we want to export, etc.? How do we want to integrate it into markets that it's really fully sustainable? The challenges and limitations here is especially the side for the first on the collectors and the primary processors, that the profitability is not very high at this stage. It's very labor intense. They don't really get paid. If they get another job, that would be more profitable. There are very few powerful actors involved who kind of shape this market. So these are the challenges we have to face to bring this industry forward. And then, as Maria also interviewed a few of the importers, like in the US and Switzerland, they also see, they stated similar challenges and also, regulatory challenges. Also said that this informality is a big problem still, but they also say there is potential in this region, and just being at Biofach, the organic show last week, was that last week? Yes. Baru will come to Europe, so the novel food, it will be accepted in 5-6 months into Europe, so there will be some markets created, and it's now the question, how do we deal with that to make also that small guys profit from this industry. Yes, so some final recommendations. Collaboration is super important, especially to try to combat these power imbalances, to make this potential which is there actually viable. Strengthen local institutions, invest in technologies, because it's all still manual work to crack the nuts. It's very strenuous. So I think that was it. Yes. So thanks a lot for still listening while you're being hungry. And happy to answer any questions.
Yes, there's already a question.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I saw from the data that the cooperative get less than the individual. And what is the explanation of this point? Because it is against the literature totally. Yeah. Yeah, here. Yes, here. Cooperative get the 6, and these are the organization of the collectors or the actors in the value chain is the one mechanism that for upgrading the value chain. And when I see this result is the cooperatives is less. Well, how do you can explain this point?
I'm not 100% sure, but as I was understanding, the cooperative sells the Baru nut for 60 reais per kilo. The primary processors sell it for between 30 and 35 reais. So that in the middle between goes to the cooperative. The cooperative are not they are, it's what's the price being sold at the cooperative level. After they've done a bit, I think they've done a little bit of further processing, but I'm not, as I didn't collect the data myself, I'm not 100% sure.
There's another question.
It's a question and a comment, actually. The question is it subsistence agriculture, basically? What the people do there? If it's subsistence agriculture, so the market logic doesn't apply. So you showed that there's 400% loss in between the collectors, but they got a very different logic in there. And in this logic, there's a lot of social relations and the social network. So if you enhance the value chains, you have to take into account this social context. That would be my comment. Just for the different logics of market economy and subsistence economy. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. As I wasn't in the region myself, I'm actually not sure. I mean, it is a or a contributing activity. It's not the primary income generating activity. Farm households have others. I'm not sure if it was also subsistence farmers. Lucas is shaking his head. So, So it's probably a mix of different farming systems where, yeah. Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much. I don't know if there's another question before we head into lunch. Okay, so thank you very much. And we will have a bit of a lunch, but that one we also have to shorten a bit. So we will see each other here again at 12:15. Okay, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the food. And we'll have our next speaker. Yeah, the arrow. I'll just give a short presentation and then of you, and then we can start.
Okay. You mean
I'll just introduce you.
Yeah. And what about timing? Because we are
15 minutes and then 5 minutes of questions. But you'll see me standing there once you have little time left.
I will stay here.
I think there's still some stragglers getting some last minute coffee. Okay. The dish is on the other side. On this side. No worries. Okay, so I think I'll start with the introduction. So Emil Begimkulov, I hope that was okay pronunciation. He's a PhD candidate at Rhine-Waal University. He specializes in socioeconomic impact of environmental and social standards or food processing SME strategies. And he'll be able to tell us a bit more or correct.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I am doing PhD at the Rhine-Waal University. My name is Emil, today I would like to present findings of one of the studies within my PhD dissertation, or it is a consumer survey, we conducted extensive consumer survey in Central Asian countries to analyze the impact of consumer characteristics on their preferences and their willingness to pay for dried fruits and nuts in Central Asia. The study is conducted within Sufa Chain project, and my study is funded through the this is a brief content. I would like to introduce you into the problem statement, provide a brief overview of methodology, and then provide you with some findings that we obtained, finish with conclusion. So we are focused on dried fruits and nuts, and from the previous presentations we have already, we are seeing that they play a big role around the world. There is a growing demand and growing consumer awareness on their benefits around the globe, and these products also contribute to sustainable diets, and also if appropriately grown, they can be well aligned with planetary boundaries. Central Asia plays also important role in production and processing dried fruits and nuts. We can say it's like also almost a key producer due to favorable climate and farming. Countries such as Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, and Kyrgyzstan specialize in various types of dried apricots and walnuts and other types of dried fruits and nuts. And production and processing in Central Asia plays an important role, especially for the livelihoods of rural communities who are involved in harvesting from wild walnut forests, for example, and in growing in orchards and other sustainable farming systems, such as agroforestry arrangements, for example. And we have also identified that we have limited knowledge on consumption patterns around Central Asia, although there are a lot of studies are conducted In Europe, for example, and Northern America, yeah, there is limited knowledge on these patterns in Central Asia, among Central Asian consumers. And yeah, we also think that diverse demand shaped by tradition and modern consumption patterns also might shape consumption of these types of products. Yeah, we decided to base theoretically on the two concepts. One is, since the drying of fruits and nuts in Central Asia has deep cultural meaning, we decided to look from these products from the concept of traditional food and cultural identity, because also drying is an ancient preservation method, which at the same time might affect quality. If inappropriately dried, it might negatively affect quality. And yeah, there is a growing modern drying technologies to improve taste and nutrition. And yeah, we believe that currently with growing urbanization and health concerns and growing consumer awareness in Central Asia, there is a transition to modernized food concepts, and consumers that are seeking a blend of like organically grown with appropriate traceability and sustainability might also exist. And we want to see how deeply, at which stage actually the market are there. So this is a research framework. We identified, we decided to have a look at the products itself. It is the above row. Two columns are showing traditional food consumption and modernized food consumption. And just to give you some example, for example, with traditional and innovative drying, or with packaging or without packaging, we were differentiating in our consumer survey. Also, we decided to look at the consumer food-related lifestyles, particularly ways of buying. Where do consumers buy? In bazaars, farm markets, or in a more modernized places such as organic shops and also online. Also, at the quality aspects. Whether quality aspects not important or they are important, and consumers are looking at certifications and so on. And we are looking also at the consumption context. Are these dried fruits and nuts are consumed in cultural festivities and family events? This is definitely exists, but how also consumers are using them as a snack, for example, or as a side dish, or during sport activities and so on. And we were looking also at purchasing motivations, where the consumers are looking at the price first of all, or origin, taste, aroma, and appearance, which is also important among consumers in Central Asia, because they are putting them on the tables when they're inviting guests, or they are more looking at the health benefits, credence attributes such as food safety, environmental protection, social support, and so on, and whether they are using them in cooking. And yeah, consumers were also looked from the perspective of their age, gender, education, and income. Data collection has been conducted in 2 rounds. First round of data collection was conducted last year. We conducted study, we began study in Kyrgyzstan, then extended our study to Kazakhstan, mainly in urban regions, with 400 respondents in each, and 300 households and 100 shop buyers. Then we decided to increase our study by including, it has been moved, but yeah, into Uzbekistan and Tajikistan. And we also increased our studies in Kyrgyzstan and Kazakhstan by including rural areas, 200 respondents in each. And overall, in total, it is here below, it was 2,500 almost surveys. So the questionnaire consisted of 3 sections. First section consisted of 15 discrete choice experiments. These discrete choice experiments are given, examples are given here. You do not have to read them like in a very detail, but we had 4 food attributes. Particularly, we were interested in food safety, in environmental responsibility, in social responsibility during production. And we had 3 levels in each of them. For example, if to take social responsibility, if producers are following all this in accordance with international requirements, or for example, only local requirements, and products that do not have any certain status on each of them. Price per 500 grams. And yeah, for Kyrgyzstan and Uzbekistan, like just as an example, we were adapting our surveys, and we also used pictograms to increase the speed of responses. Yeah, and yeah, to make it easier to for consumers to understand what is actually is being asked. So we were using labels. So section 2 was mainly focused on eating context and buying habits. Yeah, for example, purchase location, consumption frequency, and so on and so forth. Also, we were looking at different types of attributes also that are that exist, where the consumers are looking at the obvious attributes, or they are looking at the credence attributes, and trust in international and local standards, and so on and so forth. And section 3 consisted of socio-demographic characteristics. Yeah, and yeah, the questionnaire was only completed only last week. This is the last round, and yeah, preliminary analysis. Some of the details I will be glad to present you today. Yeah, so the gender variation is very similar to the Central Asian region. We were also looking at the quotas through the age of respondents. Yeah, where we had some missing parts. For example, at the end of the first and second round, we were mainly lacking 65 plus age groups, and we decided to a little bit increase and yeah, to obtain more or less representative sampling. And the distribution of income and by employment categories is given here. So the income is more or less also quite similar, following normal distribution. Yeah, and some of the details of our findings, I will try to look from the perspective of traditional consumption and modern consumption. We can see that, first of all, yeah, consumption frequency. Yeah, consumers are mainly consuming, as you can see in the upper chart, every day and several times per week. We have identified that female consumers consume more daily, tend to consume more daily, while males tend to consume a little bit less. In terms of age as well, daily consumption increases with the increase in age. Yeah, and in terms of place of place where consumers are mostly buying, also we have bazaars and supermarkets as the most popular, because they are mostly widespread, and usually older age consumers were buying there. And we have also identified slight purchase online and in organic shops, but this is again mostly among younger populations. Yeah, in consumption context, we have identified more traditional consumption. So family festivities play a major role across all age groups. And next comes breakfast and snacking, especially among 25 to 44 years old. And younger and middle-aged consumers are also used for baking, cooking, and different types of physical activities, as presented. And we were also asking about whether consumers are preferring to buy packed or weight-based. And yeah, we can see that the consumers are mostly buying weighted products in package. Packaged products are mostly again popular among younger generations. This is regarding the consumption. We were also looking at the product characteristics. I'm really sorry for this overlapping. This is due to different versions of PowerPoint presentation. The text is overlapping. Yeah, so in terms of organoleptic characteristics, taste plays the most important role in selecting dried fruits and nuts. Next comes appearance. So this highlights the importance again that consumers are mainly selecting these products based on the appearance, on how they will look. And usually, yes, this highlights the importance for that they are using this for various festivities and cultural events. Yeah, from extrinsic attributes, consumers in Central Asia seem to be highly price sensitive, and yeah, brand and packaging seem to be less important. Another interesting finding was related to the credence attributes or certifications. We have revealed that food safety certification plays the most important role for consumers. They are and next comes country of origin. Then environmental safety and social responsibility, and also an interesting thing about the country of origin. We reveal that in each country, in each of the 4 countries, consumers tend to select only locally produced dried fruits and nuts. Regarding the food safety and health benefits, overall consumers see the dried fruits and nuts as beneficial for their health, physical and mental health, shown in the upper chart, and overall trust in food safety standards are almost similar for international and local food safety, yet international food safety has a little higher preference in terms of moderate trust. Similar findings were for environmental standards. Trust in international environmental safety standards is higher, yet local regulations are not widely distrusted. Regarding the components of ecological benefits, consumers we were asking for which types of ecological benefits are you ready to pay more. Consumers expressed higher readiness to pay for, first of all, for sustainable energy, then preserving water resources, low CO2 emissions on the third place. Then comes soil, forest conservation, and last one is use of bio package. In terms of social standards, higher trust is again among international social standards, yet there is a higher skepticism exists for both systems compared to environmental and food safety standards. From the components of social responsibility, education of local communities comes first in consumer willingness to support and pay for products. Then comes work safety. Then comes benefits for processors, benefits for farmers and harvesters, and traceability comes the last one. We also asked at the preference of consumers on the drying methods. We tried to look at this from the perception, action, and choice perspective. So first, how consumers judge the product. The first graph, it shows that consumers are mostly prefer traditionally dried, or sun-dried fruits and nuts, 72%. And then we also asked what consumers actually purchase in terms of buying behavior. We revealed that high neutral buying rate compared to previous one, so 39%. So this could show the potential for market expansion if the innovative drying methods improve their perceived benefits and appropriately communicate to end consumers. And in terms of actual choice, so would they consider an alternative option? Consumers expressed higher readiness to buy innovatively dried fruits and nuts. So this is also, we think, a good sign, a good potential for products with sustainable characteristics. These are preliminary results regarding the willingness to pay. We conducted this for Kyrgyzstan and Kazakhstan. And we see slight differences. Consumers in Kazakhstan, for example, are valuing higher food safety that meets rigorous international standards, mostly by adult consumers and health-oriented consumers and consumers with lower income. They are ready to pay almost 70% in above to the existing prices. In Kyrgyzstan, social origin was in the first place. So local production mostly was valued by male respondents, and food safety in Kyrgyzstan comes in the second place. In Kazakhstan, consumers concern more after the food safety about environmental conservation and fair distribution of benefits. And in both countries, consumers are highly price sensitive. To conclude, we would like to say that at this stage we reveal that traditional consumption dominates with traditional places such as bazaars and farm markets. Also, consumption is deeply linked to cultural and family events. Also, sun-dried fruits and nuts remains a preferred choice. Towards the Food modernity, it's we can see that it's only emerging, but faces significant barriers. For example, innovative dried fruits and fruit products are only appealing to a niche markets, and supermarkets and especially online platforms and organic shops are gaining popularity among young and health-conscious consumers. And yeah, food safety and environmental sustainability and social responsibility mainly drive willingness to pay. Key factors that influence consumer choice is that traditional consumers prioritize sensory attributes such as taste, aroma, and appearance, while modern consumers focus on credence attributes such as health, sustainability, and food safety. Local origin is highly valued, especially among men and families with children, and packaging is more relevant among younger consumers, but weight-based purchases remain dominant overall within Central Asian markets. This is it. Thank you very much for your attention, and if you have questions, please feel free to ask.
Thank you very much. I think I saw a question already here.
Thank you very much for your talk. I'm super inexperienced with doing science with surveys, but I would imagine that there are probably a lot of biases coming in easily. When I just started to think about it from the labels, that the labels might already create associations that might influence the outcome of the survey, and then also I guess that there usually is a large gap just from intuition and normal experience between what people say they are willing to do and what people are doing. Is that already bias corrected in these results, or are there some routines already developed how to correct such biases in such survey studies?
Thank you very much. Yeah, this is the highest concern. It was also when conducting the first round, beginning from Kyrgyzstan. Bias always exists. We cannot avoid this in any case. What we can do is just, for example, let me just quickly jump to the questionnaire. We try to verify our findings from first section, for example. If you here we have different parameters of food which we were asking. And then we also re-asked these questions later on. For example, here we again have credence attributes. How do they value? How much are they valuing? And what aspects? Yeah, we are still analyzing this, but yeah, some differences exist. For example, let me just quickly jump at the end. Here we can see, for example, the difference between two countries again. Yeah, first for Kazakhstan, for example, there is a food safety on the first place. It's a bit different for Kyrgyzstan, although in Kyrgyzstan the food safety issues might be a bit higher because a smaller country and less regulations might be applied especially in the mountainous regions when they are produced. And then we were asking about whether they are ready to pay, and we see some differences, and yes, of course, this will be later on analyzed in a more deeper way. Sorry.
Thank you. Are there other questions, queries? Well, either way, thank you very much. And then our next speaker is going to be Ali Abkar. He is also at Hochschule Rhein-Waal, but he's also at AgriWatch BV. Well, that's his company. Dr. Ali holds a PhD in remote sensing from the University of Twente in the Netherlands and has over 17 years of international experience, among many other things in academia and industry.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, all. Professor Onno Müller is also sitting here. He's my supervisor and my promoter during my master and my PhD. So we are all nearly working for 30 years together. And now we are colleagues and still friends. Okay, the title of my our talk, so I'll pass it on to Professor Onno Müller also, is in fact the applications of management zones in agriculture, especially with a focus in agroforestry and looking at a few fruit trees like pistachio, apples, and olives. If we have time, we can also discuss this, hopefully. Management zones are defined as subunits in a farm in which with a relatively homogeneous yield limiting factors. So these segments or zones can be managed, actually the farm can be managed using these zones in a different but with a specific single rate applications of farm inputs such as fertilizers, water for irrigation, using chemicals, herbicides, to optimize the farm input in the context of precision farming. Like the talk on Monday, also in Kyrgyzstan, was mainly about generating cadastre, the plot boundaries. That is not the case in our case. We assume that we have the plot boundaries, the objects, and we are interested in the variation within one plot in the context of precision farming. So the purpose of this talk is not to generate the management zones using remote sensing, for example, based approaches. No, the applications. Assume we have already a method to develop to generate these segments, and now in the context of managing and monitoring fruit trees, we are interested to know whether we can see together if that can be useful or not. Let's see. No. Okay. Yeah, pistachios are one of the most, in my case, beloved and nutritious, nuts, which in the world, of course, and cultivated for centuries. And it started, who knows? They say from old Persian empires and extended through the rest of the world, especially through the Silk Road, and being used also as a travel food. Of course, you can survive based on the nutrition and then, estimated the world production is about 1 million tons. And with Iran, United States, and Turkey covering more than 90% of the production. So the trees normally grow, if you let them, and of course support them, to 10 meters tall. But in case of Iran and now in Armenia, and which is now growing because of the new climate condition, also is made it possible. Where we have a project, I'll mention it. Usually the trees are pruned to the size that also make it easier for hand pick or to make harvest easier. It's a deciduous type of trees with the large leaves, and of course it has these males and females, trees. It's type of desert plant. It started in the center of, actually in the center of the country. Mainly was, we have about, I think in Iran, more than 500,000 hectares. You already know I'm from Iran originally. And is highly tolerant to saline soil. And what I mentioned in Philip, presentation this morning, and now we have it in Armenia, the same similar situation is quite tolerant, and the roots actually goes to more than 30 meters down for looking for water. It's quite resistant to droughts, and there is a saying that the trees may live up to 300 years, but at least what I know, up to 70 or maybe 100 years, it still is productive. What we know from the literature or from my grandparents, what they've mentioned. And yeah, the one issues when I started with the one of the things which I'm proud of in the past, let's say, my professional life is that we started with my father about 2 hectares in 25 years ago in Iran, place adjacent to a desert, which is now about, my father had about 9 hectares. In that region, actually, the groundwater level went down quite fast, and the main use of or source of water was underground irrigation system, which is called Qanot. It has more than 3,000 years of history, harvesting the rainwater in the foothill of the mountains, channel it underground from 10 kilometers to 40 kilometers, and then have the water in the agricultural plain to use it, reuse it for irrigation. With Onno, we visited one of the one registered for the UNESCO, and even we walked. Still, there are many Qanot, is called operational in Iran. But in our village, we had 2, which about 40 years ago, both of them, they dried up because of the maintenance. Mainly, we are becoming lazy people, you know, to maintain things which have been created from scratch. You know, this shaft is 100 meters go down, and between the shaft, there are like 100, 200 meters, 3,000 years ago, without any GPS, without any light source, without tools that or technology that we have, they created, and we couldn't even maintain it. Shame on us, at least on my generation in Iran. So these are the 2 varieties which have been generated or been produced based on using this, you know, adjacent to desert, this underground irrigation system in Kerman, which we have about 500,000 hectares growing pistachio nuts with many, many different varieties, and the people are testing and, you know, coming up with all new sort of varieties. And maybe, before I forget, I have some samples. Yeah, why not? As yeah, please, at least you can feel it. Please pass it on. Yeah, this is one type of, I think, aquarii variety. As Professor Rolf Becker is saying, please feel it. So pistachio farm management, what really I'm going to really discuss today with you is this slide. We got a very detailed set of questions from a very, very, let's say, serious pistachio growers in Iran, in which we couldn't get from, we have a project, I'll mention it, EU-funded project for monitoring pistachio trees in Armenia. But over the past 1 year, we couldn't get any serious questions. So what can we add? What are the extra information needed from, let's say, remote sensing, GIS, and IoT sensor network, etc., that we can add or support you with improving your managing or monitoring the farm? So we got this from a pistachio grower for generation. They've been growing pistachio. This person has 2,000 hectares of pistachio in 5 locations in Iran, and now has about 1,000 hectares of land in Armenia, with 400 hectares of pistachio growing currently. He started about 6 years ago, and now trying to, and he has this at least 5 set of questions, and he's desperate for answers. So we are trying to see if we can really support him. The first one is a pest management questions, measuring the density of the pest psyllium, which is quite outbreaking in pistachio fields using remote sensing data. As you can see, they are appearing not only on the top of the leaves, as Professor Onno Müller asked, also at the bottom of the fields. And the concept or the idea is not to destroy or remove them, to control them. The moment you try to use chemicals, herbicides, to kill them, then you get many other issues. They have to be there. What we need to do really to control the population and to know when the population, the density increase, and then even with liquid spraying, just water, with a bit of baby shampoo, with a bit of, ozine, what is, so with a bit of vinegar, with a bit of vinegar, 1 liter in 1,000 liters of water, you can still, control the population. And then, of course, the irrigation concern, which part of the farm has to be irrigated now, in a timely manner is very important. One important characteristics of the pistachio trees are these off and on, years. Is 1 year there is a good production with the trees, and the next year the trees which has a good production, they go into off year, and then less, let's say, production. And the trees which are having, let's say, in the summer they have the buds of this year, the blooms will appear next year April, the flowering stage. So if you have a disease like a pest or any stress, drought or frostbite, not only you lose the production of this year, you most probably lose the production of the next year. It's very, very critical for the farmers to really control, let's say, the pest, the disease, the stress on the crop. And of course, they have different trial control plots with different varieties. They have many parameters or too many, let's say, management practices in which you need to control. This is just one example I received today from a farm manager in Armenia, from the same farm. As you can see here, this red polygon shows about 70 hectares of pistachio. And is more or less based on the farm manager is homogeneous in terms of the soil, in terms of the management practices, in terms of variety, everything. There are not much variation. And beginning of June in 2023, they applied herbicides. But it's, as you can see, there is variation. This is after 3 weeks of application of this herbicide. And you can see in this part, it has been ineffective. Why is that so? The same farm, the same management practice, and they applied the herbicides in about a week here with the machinery and with the tractor and a sprayer. And this is the sentinel image that we have used to just showcase. There is, as we can see here, it's in this part especially it has been ineffective. With Professor Onno Müller we discussed, we see a bit of a pattern here. Maybe could be the effect of the land use. If we look at the historical data, that is based on the farm manager rejected this hypothesis. And this is the soil moisture data. We can see clearly here there is a patch up. And then the farm manager this is in 2023, in 2024, he left this part for 2 weeks, did not apply the herbicides to check if the land use has, there is something going on with the land use or with the historical data, something beneath, but observe that the wheat population and density increase even further than this part. Here is massive, but again, so these are the sort of challenges they have. How can we support them to make an objective assessment of the impacts on different management practices on the pistachios growth and health? So these are and also in terms of the soil salinity management, you can see here the effects on the leaves of the crop, the too much saline irrigation or salinity, soil salinity, these are another. And then this brings us to the project that we have in Armenia. We have Erasmus Plus capacity building in vocational education and training. It's called the capacity building in VET for vocational in Armenia, including 4 participating organizations. AgriWatch is the coordinator of this project, and then we have one company, Wireless Info, from Czech Republic, is partnered to develop a cloud-based system in which we can generate these homogeneous management units or segments, and then to apply it for the monitoring of the pistachio trees in Armenia. We have a demonstration farm, belongs to Anderson company. This company also started with pistachio growing. It's a private sector. They started with 50 hectares. Now they have 200 hectares. I'll explain in the next slides a few examples. And then we have also the Armenian National Agrarian University as a university partner in this project. Some impressions about the visit that we had with Professor Onno Müller in Armenia, in Yerevan. The farm is close to Yerevan. So this farmer, for example, is after the fall of Soviet Union. Now the land belongs to the general, to landlords, and now selling to private farmers. And for example, they buy for $2,000 each hectare, and they spend about $5,000 to prepare the land for cultivation of the pistachio trees. Why is that so? First of all, they remove all the stones. It's really tedious work, and then they use a specialized machinery to loosen the soil for like 2 meters. They go down, and then to prepare the irrigation line for the drip irrigation, etc., etc. So you see, it's that they put a lot of effort to prepare the land for cultivation. And now one question, is it really necessary to remove all these stones? Because they can create this microclimate still. Why you need to remove that? And the top pictures are the drone images taken the day before yesterday, sent to us from these young pistachio trees, about 6 years old. And the one here we have from the pistachio trees for more than, I think, 25 years, almost. In Iran from these pistachio growers, and you can just compare. And these are both winter images, because we are interested because there are no canopies. We can see through. We can look at even the shadow of the trees, maybe provide information, more information than the trees, and also the soil backgrounds and the buds. The buds that we can see, and these are the fruits of the next or the current and the next seasons. How we generate these management zones, for example, this is with correctly validated algorithms and method. We can generate these homogeneous segments. This is the Sentinel image that we use to generate these homogeneous management units. 5 zones, could be 3 zones, in which we can apply a specific variable rate, let's say, input. This is for the case of Poland. We generated these homogeneous management units for wheat crop to optimize nitrogen fertilizers, and this map is used now in the spreader, in the terminal, to apply the nitrogen fertilizer automatically with the variable rate for different zones. This is just an example. Then, of course, just to summarize the part which I already mentioned, there are at least 30 management practices, orchard farm management practices in case of pistachio. The same, I think, for olives, more or less, and apple we have. And many parameters to be calibrated. So it's quite challenging situation to run, let's say, an orchard, a pistachio tree. It's a risky business that Professor Onno Müller will highlight in the next slide. So there are issues with orchard site selection, as I mentioned, to select which plot, where, and then to prepare the land, remove the stones or loosen the soil, and then plant your trees, the root stocks, and then to craft on these root stocks with different varieties. And then for managing the site, we have many stresses, the wild animal or bird attack in case of the droughts at the beginning of the season, pest and disease monitoring, irrigation issues, the soil salinity issues, etc., that I mentioned. Of course, one of the main challenges in places where we have these current climate conditions with such as droughts, then we have the wind and dust storms, which can damage really not only the fruit trees, but also the insects or the bees or the wild bees or honeybees, which is quite useful for the orchard, for the farm. And of course, all these things we need to really have timely interventions in which we can calibrate this parameter at the local area with the local farmer expert knowledge. And then I've already mentioned about we really need to get a good set of questions. What is missing? What is the gap? What extra information we can provide? So then this brings me to the last slide. In my case, this is what we do in AgriWatch. So we try to really provide advisory services to manage agricultural objects plus processes. So in GIS, we call it 3D plus time, three-dimensional objects which are evolving in time. And then, of course, we make choice of methods, data handling, algorithms, parameters, and we start with the satellite remote sensing, especially because we have a good mosaic of the land cover, land use over at least 50 years, and then where we need detailed information, we can make use of drones or ground sensor data. And of course, we have to, as I mentioned, model objects and processes in 3D time. And of course, contact a specific knowledge from the local farmers, from the local area is very important. Of course, we talk a lot these days about AI, but still local knowledge is very important, farmer expert knowledge especially. And of course, we need to report on error rates that we, based on the analysis which are applied, and we generate reports. Of course, we have to also link it with errors. No.
Next slide.
Floor is yours. Thank you. Taking over.
I'll try to do some data compression. The case of which we see here is one special case of a general problem, which is called pattern recognition. So 55 years ago, I was a bit bored with physics. Now physics you need as a basis because it gives you causal relations. Yeah, so the whole world exists of photons and electrons, but then you get some problems with complexity. Now, how do you handle complexity? If you have 79 colleagues who all are in the applications and you're the only physicist, you try to make a link between your knowledge about pattern recognition, how do you represent patterns, but the most important part is to communicate with your colleagues. You have to talk to them and extract their knowledge. Yeah, and that was a very hard task. I did not completely succeed in it, but I taught my students, well, three supply this. So information is a combination of questions and answers, and the interaction with our applications is to try to have a discussion and extract hypotheses. Now, hypotheses can be tested, and then if they don't fit, then you have to improve your hypothesis. Or if you estimate a parameter and doesn't fit your prediction, then you have to update your prediction or your model. Now, so this was very interesting to have a multi. When is pattern recognition interesting? Well, if physics becomes boring, if you only have a very simple model with 5 or 10 parameters, then you apply physics. Now it becomes boring. But if you have 30 complexity of feature space of 30 factors, which are non-linearities, and then you have 30 different ways to make an action, then it becomes interesting to do very systematic application of pattern recognition. Now, the other thing which I feel responsible for as a physicist is to avoid the common blunders. Now we have artificial intelligence with automatic collection of the most common blunders. Yeah. So no, okay, let's go back. So yeah, you have been reading this while I was talking this, so I will not follow the other way that I'm reading it for you. You can do your own reading. Okay, and I could look at you and look at your reactions. It's a kind of pattern recognition. My hypotheses are, of course, open for discussion. So, was there another one, or is it had one slide here, or one more slide? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. My conclusion. He makes me responsible for the conclusions. Yeah. You can read all of this. Emphasize 4D GIS. Because the history, and that's the problem with history and tradition, most people are still thinking flat in a two-dimensional domain. And say now, with 3 dimensions, we add another flat. Now, it should be obvious that the real world can be modeled by little cubes. Yeah? And in the cube, you have, say, 6 surfaces where things go in and out. You can make balances, and then they change with time. Yeah, there are other models for like air, where you can consider the air as consisting of particles. So there are 2 models basically. So both are 4D, but the one you say we work with little boxes, which we call voxels, and the other one we work with particles. Right. Well, you have been reading this. The other part is, of course, the academic part, because we also interact with universities, and then we really have to fight the tradition of the professors. So many of them had no physics background or science background, and they were copying things from other people. Who so the very important thing is that as a physicist, you should not just be a theoretical physicist with multiple universes. But you should really go to the real nature, and maybe that's the last one. Yeah. And, I hope I'm in time. My time budgets. Okay. Now this is a pictorial description, and it's about relationships and associations. So the most important is that there are 2 persons there, and they have natural intelligence. Yeah. But the one has applied much more, say, the natural intelligence to observing how plants grow. Should you hug a tree? Well, that depends. You have an attitude that you want to hug a tree because you want to really know what a tree is about. And one of the things we are looking at is, say, what are the sounds of a tree under stress? Because it's a living organism, many little machines. So then you should always start with your feeling, and then make a hypothesis, and then have new sensors or instruments to test your hypothesis, and do something with it. In the end, you want to consider the health of the tree. Each tree, can you do it for each tree? Yeah, nowadays, because for each tree you can make a digital model, and combine the things that we have for artificial sensor, but also combine it with your observations. Yeah, we started in one application with stress factors in the field, and the farmer didn't have time to go to the field. He doesn't have any opportunity anymore to touch nature, and because we were with our backgrounds, we went there. And okay, there's a big problem in the field, and then the farmer also went to that. Okay, so the persons are very important. They have natural intelligence, but also experience. If you have intelligence on the intelligence test, it doesn't mean anything. Intelligence is overrated. It's how you apply it. It's always a matter of being observant, generate questions and find answers. And now we have much more. We have more sensors, so we can be more sensitive. Yeah, if we link it to our brain. Yeah, I think that's it.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I was inspired by Professor Rolf Becker talk last night. So I also used ChatGPT DALL-E, so gave few prompts and generated this. And what my keyword was, traditional connection, as my father and many farmers that I visit, serious farmers, they talk to their trees, to their plants. So that's a natural connection, and even sometimes they, like my father, sometimes mentioning that the trees are connected, the roots are connected, they are communicating, and actually that's true, but maybe through fungus or yeah. this morning in the car we were discussing. So this is the natural connection where the farmers, the expert knowledge that Nono mentioned is quite relevant, important. We can't really use just open satellite image or then try to do feature extraction, classification, and segmentation. We need the local expert. And then I gave another keyword, the scientist, knowledge. So to connect, to bring these two, and then with few refinements, I think this is the number 4. So just, I think, talks for for itself. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Sadly, I don't think we have time for questions anymore. We're out of question time. It's because Tobias Wünscher, our next speaker, is also, I think, waiting in line, if I'm correct. Yes, I am correct. But maybe we can have a conversation later, also in the field trip. So our next speaker, maybe I'll wait until he's on the screen and connected. Those that were here yesterday know how it is. But he's in line, so. Camila. Aha. There he is. Can you hear us? I think.
Are we connected?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
No? Can somebody talk to me?
Yes, hello?
I can hear you very well.
Okay, good. That's good. You'll be able to see us in a sec as well.
Yes, I hear you very well.
Okay.
Can you hear me too?
Yes, we can hear you.
I hear you perfectly.
Wonderful.
Yes.
Yes. So I will present you really shortly. Tobias Wünscher is a professor at Hochschule Rhein-Waal. He's a leading expert in agricultural economics, and he has previously served as professor for agricultural economics also at Earth University in Costa Rica.
That is a large time delay.
That's fair. You can correct me in a second. Okay. You have to mute the streaming channel, the YouTube, I think, because I think there's a feedback.
Yes, I can hear what I say, but it's like a minute later.
Yes, so you have to mute or we will be streaming you over the video screen, so you'll have to turn off the YouTube. Yes.
Okay, it's turned off.
Okay, can you hear us anyway?
Yes, I hear you.
Okay, great. Okay.
Yeah, it's funny. I was saying something a minute later.
Yes, yeah, there's a bit of delay. Okay, so we give you the audience, and I think we'll have the video to the audience soon as well.
Food forest as an alternative land use system?
Yes.
Okay, so this is a very brief introduction of the idea of food forests. We are all aware of our global challenges these days, climate system that should be supported, then I can now hear myself. Okay, then your interest, and let me congratulate the team organizing this conference. It's been great to participate even from the long distance. The streaming is wonderful, and thank you for having me participate even though I'm sitting on a different continent. Thanks very much.
I think a big thank you also to you for participating, even from a different continent. And I think we have some time for questions. Does someone have a question they want answered on food forests? I think everyone's super eager to get to the field trip. However, I think
Okay. What do you think? I mean, you said harvesting is going to be a real problem. Would it be feasible to make it a community project whereby the community contributes for one, but also can harvest, or also helps packaging for other members who cannot do the harvesting, but then get their food directly fresh, basically from the food forest? Some initiative like this?
Yes, absolutely. Many of the food forests that are around in Germany are urban food forests, so they are in the cities with exactly this goal that you have a community setting up a food forest and also harvest in the food forest and benefit directly from it. But the question that we have is, can this be an alternative for farmers, as an alternative production system for farmers, as an alternative to conventional farming now? And for this, you can't rely on So you need technology that farmers themselves can apply.
Thank you.
So my question would be, so these tables you showed us, are they based on mature trees, or would this also be incorporating basically the growing period of a tree until they bring, let's say, a good harvest of fruits or vegetables in this case?
So can you repeat the question?
So what, basically my question goes at what age do the trees have to have, basically, or what age do trees have in your calculations? And for example, would that also work with young trees? Like how old do they have to be able to really be introduced into a food forest and yield enough?
Well, if you would probably plant very small trees because that's already expensive enough. If you have bigger trees, it just makes it a lot more expensive. And there, of course, you have a lot of different choices. Some trees take a long time until they start to produce, like nut trees that take more years. Other trees, such as apples, depending on the type of apple tree, starts to produce with a few years. So it depends a lot on the design and what you want when production kicks in. But there are also ways of designing it so that in earlier years, while the trees are still growing, you can produce other things in the areas between those trees as they are growing.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Is there any? Yes, there is.
Yeah. It is a comment. I think linked to your what you said. I think also within the tree, we need to introduce what the production that can be available within the tree. I give you an example for baobab in Africa, for example. You see the tree, when you plant the tree until you reach the level of harvest, you need 20 years. And that is very long time for the farmer to wait 20 years. And they introduce to use the leaves. And it has market also to develop the leaves. When it is small, like a seedling, you can collect the leaf and sell it, and you manage in this way. I think that will be one option. And the other option, I think, is the agroforestry. But in this case, as you mentioned, it is like a knowledge intensification, because the farmer need to be to get knowledge and experience on the plant relationships and the ecology also of the plant. And this need also investment in knowledge transfer and training. So that I think this is maybe valuable, way for reducing this long time waiting, Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Yahia.
Well, thank you very much. And I think we'll leave you in beautiful Costa Rica now. But, well, I think you've been watching our stream as well. And I hope you'll join us again tomorrow. Even with the time differences, it can be a bit difficult, but you can always watch it afterwards. So yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thanks for bearing with me until this late hour because of the delays. Have a nice excursion. Have a nice field trip.
Thank you. Bye.